is my regular. I'm talking things with better now. Oh, things with better now. Oh, we better now. Oh, this is my regular. I'm talking things with better now. Oh, this is my regular. I'm talking things with better now. Oh, things with better now. Oh, we better now. This is my regular. I'm talking things with better now. Oh, things with better now.
Music's over.
Thank you. Hold on, y'all. I'm coming. Give me just a second. Welcome, D Truth. Thank you for joining.
Good
I'm gonna
morning,
do some.
boss.
I'm gonna
Good
do some a
morning,
little
chat.
different. Uh oh. Hold on.
Make sure that no, that ain't me. I got you on mute.
Yeah, that was me, D Truth. I had another tab open. I'm gonna do something a little different today, y'all. So give me a second. Just because I feel it in my spirit. Y'all vibe with me.
Oh no, not the pain.
What you say?
I said, oh no, not the pain.
Oh no, not pain. Not pain, sunshine. Let's go. Joining. I appreciate y'all. The truth. How you feeling today?
Oh, good morning. Oh, let me crack open my monster before we get started.
You know what? You want to trade with them damn energy drinks? I can't drink them. I used to though. I ain't gonna lie. I used to drink them. Can't drink them anymore. And you need to
And
stop.
Well, not like my doc.
after,
Go ahead. Okay, sorry.
where were you? You brought? Did you bring snacks for the jury today? Because yesterday we needed gusses and shit. It was long. I had to raise my hand and stuff, and like, Judge, we hungry. Can't you brought the snacks?
Well, they do have a snack room for jury duty. So they do
Churches
have
want special.
like when
Churches
you
want special. He wants special snacks, right?
yeah, like
He wants.
when you're waiting and stuff, or they send you back because they want to, they want to talk about something. They send you back. There's little things in it, not big things.
I had bootleg snacks right there, but Trey want what he want. He need to bring his own shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
I
right.
want them Buster edibles. I want them edibles that have you looking like Buster.
Who the
I,
hell is Buster?
I don't. But the son. I
The
don't think.
Oh,
retarded
Buster.
son. He
I
look
don't.
like he be full of the edibles. Every time you look at him, he like he just high.
He do. He really do.
His nerves are bad. His dad had just shot his mama and his brother and was aiming for his ass too. I'd eat edibles every day too.
Slay, I hope you feel better, beautiful. I hope you feel better, Slay. Take it easy, sweetie.
But
Hey, y'all in the chat. Hey, everybody. Thank y'all for joining. I'm just entertaining these two fools right now.
you are right though. They do be having some generic shit in there. They ain't buying you the name brand shit. They ain't buying you like real, snacks. They buy you the generic stuff they get in the big giant boxes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
By the end of
Do
the
I have
month,
a
shit
photo
is
of
stale.
Buster? I can put a photo of Buster up. I sure can, Miss Ann. Just give me a minute.
Why
I will.
why you gotta put
Peanut
special
butter
needs?
jelly, peanut butter
Peanut butter
jelly.
jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
I have to put special needs Buster up.
There you go. You done started up. Good thing Keyshawn in the bed with Tony, because you started something.
Now she's looking for gushers.
Good morning, everybody. Listen, thank y'all so much for joining this morning. Shout out to the True Silver. Shout out to my mods that's in here in the house tonight. Tomorrow for I said tonight, Lord. This is ridiculous. This morning, thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. We're gonna put the truth on solo because the truth has photos. We all love these photos, right? So we're gonna roll with the truth on solo today. Because y'all said y'all like the photos. I do too. I gotta find a picture of Buster for Miss Ann. Sitting in the courtroom. It's gonna be a little hard because I have to red ball it, but I'm gonna try. Okay, so listen. Let me see. Let me get back to my chat for a minute. Because I have to thank everybody. Thank y'all so much for supporting this hashtag content that matters. Kim, I got your email this morning, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I'm gonna try to work that in for you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the fact that y'all enjoy this commentary. You know, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button if you don't mind. Feel free to support the channel. The cash app is pinned at the top. Shout out to Trey and D True for being here with me today. I appreciate that as well. Flexi, Flexi might join y'all. She's working from home, but she do have, she is working still, so she
I
may
hope
hop
she
on.
do. Cause I
Yeah, she may
talked to
hop
my
on.
fourth cousin and I found out my fourth cousin is Usher. And yeah, he really got animal with her cousin Chris Brown. He said he won't beat that boy. So yeah, I won't talk to
That's
her.
sad. That's really sad. Y'all got these wayward days, family members. Both of y'all. All y'all family members are wayward. It is what it is. I think I set my timestamp at the right. Yeah, because right now they coming out recess and we're getting back to this Croft guy. And so we're gonna get started, y'all. Now we're gonna get through as much as we can get through today. Tomorrow, when I come live, which will probably be, to be honest, about 8 or 9 instead of more like 10 or 11, because I need to get this live out the way because I have stuff to do tomorrow during the day, and then I'll be back tomorrow night with a surprise for y'all. But I do have to prepare for Sunday, and y'all already know how I am about preparations. I have to do stuff a day in advance. I mean, I have to prepare for stuff. I don't like to do stuff all at one time. But anywho, that's me. But anywho, so let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. So
Well,
you got a photo. Go ahead. Go
okay,
ahead, Detroit. Go ahead.
yeah, that's the whole Murdoch clan right there. See, and Buster is all the way to the left, and Daddy is all the way to the right, and the two dead people is Maggie and Paul in the center.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's them, y'all. I'll get it up like they going to an event. You will be on for 6 hours tonight, anyways. Ebro.
Boy, they all got some fat jaws.
They look. I mean, they are. I mean, they are. Except for Maggie, who we know that is not related by blood. But if you look at Alec, Paul, and Buster, it is uncanny. And then those brothers and that sister that I think that I've been looking at in the courtroom, them genes are strong. Strong. Slaying said they look strange. Oh, y'all crazy. Hold on, y'all. I'm texting my daughter back. Texting my daughter back. Okay. All right. So y'all ready? Let's get into it. We're starting now with the they coming out for recess, and Croft is going to continue his testimony. Let's get into it. Thank y'all so much for supporting. Hit the like button if you don't mind.
All the jurors are present.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks, Court. Senior Special Agent Croft, a couple things I want to kind of go back to just as a housekeeping matter before we move on to new
Now
matter.
this is still the prosecution questioning Croft. This is still the prosecution. I'm sorry. All right.
And all right, so I'm going to show you some images. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. Let me do them first. 163, 173, 158, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183. And just have you generally flip through those and see if you recognize those images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just generally, what are these images of, if you would?
Those are still images taken from my body worn camera the day
Hey
of the
Tamara. Hey Lovely.
8th.
So these are still
Come on
images
in.
from the body-worn cameras that the jury saw prior to lunch.
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would move in states 163, 173, 158, 175, 176.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna take this banner down so y'all can see the photo better. Mine still continue to drop my cash app. Your girl needs support. Okay, it is what it is. It is a job for me, but I'm gonna take that banner down. So D True can show his. Okay, what is this, D True?
This is the smoking gun.
Oh, is it? You know, because I got a very interesting email from Kim this morning. Shout out to Kim, that says pretty much the kennel and the evidence involving. You know, I don't want to. Let me see. I'm gonna tell y'all what she said, and I agree with her. I agree with Kim. She sent me something, y'all, which we're gonna get into. But she basically said the jurors are speaking out, and she's saying that something to mention. And what the jurors, I guess, are basically saying is that the dog kennel video pretty much seal the deal. Is that what you're saying as well?
Yes, and I can walk you through the smoking gun if you like.
Go ahead. Of course. Go ahead. Thank you,
Now that
Kim.
that now, if you don't want to hear the ending of the trial, don't listen to this because this is what shut the door on Alex
Well,
Murdaugh.
maybe we shouldn't hear it right now. I don't want
I
to. Well,
mean, we already know the ending of the trial.
well,
He
that's
found
true.
guilty.
That's honestly true. Go ahead, D. True, because we really do know the outcome. We just going through the logistics at this point. So
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
So if you look to the center of the picture, Cash.
Mm-hmm.
Cash is Rogan's dog.
Okay.
He testified in the trial. Rogan's dog had an injury on his tail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so at around 8, I want to say either 8:30, right around that time, Rogan and Paul have a conversation on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
They hang up. Rogan, he decides to make a video. We know about the video, right? That
Mm-hmm.
Paul made that was never sent. Paul made the video at 8:44.
Mm-hmm.
It was never sent. 8:49, Paul texts back. Or Rogan texts back to Paul asking him to send a picture of the dog's tail so he could give it to a vet that he knows.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No picture was ever taken. The video that Paul shoots is at 8:44 p.m. per the timestamp in his phone.
Right. Hey, Natasha.
Rogan testifies to hear Alex's voice on the 8:44 video.
Damn it, man.
Okay? That video never goes out. The picture is never taken.
So the video that Rogan is asking for, Paul literally shot the video, but Paul never had a chance to send it to Rogan. And in that video is Alex's voice, which means
Yes.
which means he was there.
Yes, which places Alex
Hold on a
at-
minute.
Go ahead.
Tamara, do you have that video? Like, do you have a link to that video? If not, I'll find it. But we're gonna talk about that next week. So if you have that link, send it to me. If not, I'll take the weekend to find it. But I do want to hear what the jury had to say. Go ahead.
So that places Alex at the kennel at
Okay.
8:44.
Yes. Yes.
The police determined that Paul was alive at 8:44
Mm-hmm.
because he shot the video.
Right.
But the video was never sent.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Tamara, thank you, baby.
He asked Paul for a picture, which was never taken.
Mm-hmm.
Look where Rogan's dog is. Rogan's dog is in the number 5 kennel.
Mm-hmm.
Paul's body is found in front of the door, laying out.
Of the kennel. Of the feed room. Next to the kennel.
The feed room next to the kennel.
Right.
So at 8:44, you hear Alex in the background talking to a dog, telling the dog to come here. Come here. And I believe it was either Bubba or Maggie, which is dogs that they own themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And
so is that what the dispatcher heard that said they heard him say too?
No, this was the video that Paul took that was in his phone that they later played. And when they played it for the court.
Because remember on the dispatch call, he said something. It sounded like he was telling something to come here or something like that. And remember the officer asked him, he was like, well, surely there's nobody else out there but me. But they were like, we heard you on the 911 call saying like move or shoo or something.
Well, that's I believe he had one of the dogs out.
Mm.
And the dog was following him.
Wow.
because he tells the dog to come here. So he has a dog out.
Mm-hmm.
But he makes the video away from the kennel because you don't hear any other dogs barking. You don't hear dogs barking, nothing. He makes the video away from the dog's kennel.
Mm. Yeah,
So,
because didn't he ride the
Yes.
the four-wheeler or whatever the whatever out there
Yeah, he
in
rode the
the field
four-wheeler.
somewhere?
yes, out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he was recording him on riding. And then Alex was they kept asking Alex, was there a dog out? I don't remember seeing no dog. I don't think it was no dog loose. They asked that man that several times, like, was there a dog out? And he couldn't recall.
Because they heard the dog. He told the dog to come here and told the dog to go. That's why they kept asking him, was there a dog out? And he kept saying, no, no, no.
Mm.
But that places him at the kennel at 8:44. They believe the murder occurred, for Paul at least, around 8, right before Rogan sends him the text message. So they believe Paul was killed at 8:48 because the text message is next, and then there's nothing. And then the next time the phone moves, the phone is placed on top or put into Paul's back pocket.
Mm.
He claims he was asleep in the house at the time of the murders.
Mm.
So how is he asleep at the house? But you hear him on the video. And
Exactly. That's a lie he told. He was asleep on the couch. Yeah.
And now Rogan and Paul have been friends for all of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked him, whose voice is that you hear on that video? And he said, that's Mr. Murdoch's voice.
But he wasn't supposed to be at home anyway, though. Wasn't he at his mama's house?
No, he's asleep. He woke up. And then he said, I woke up, I fell asleep, and Maggie and Paul were not here. I fell asleep, and I went to my mama's house.
What he's trying to say, Trey, this is basically what he's saying. He said that he fell asleep on the couch. Apparently, Maggie and Paul went out to the kennel. When he woke up, he needed to go to his parents' house. He woke up, he didn't see them around. He was calling them. And I don't know if he said he called them before he left, but he left and went to his parents' house. And then when he came back, is when he's supposed to.
I get it. That's the story he's saying.
His initial story didn't even put him in at the kennel before he supposedly left to go to his parents' house.
Before the video surfaced, got you.
Exactly.
He's saying he never went to the kennels.
Yeah.
Good job, Paul. Paul caught him.
Paul is the one that convicted his daddy.
Yeah. Had it not been for that video, he would have got away with it.
I don't think he would have got away with it. He still would have been suspected, but
they wouldn't have had him there. They're like, nah, bro, you own it. You own this video, nigga. You sure?
Yeah, exactly. That was a smoke. That video that Paul made, making the video for Rogan, is the smoking gun that put Alex in jail. Because there's no way. And they pretty much said, and the testimony was Rogan knew that man all of his life.
Mm-hmm.
Had nothing against him. Why would he just say, oh, that's Mr. Murdoch's voice?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's basically what the jurors are basically saying. Thanks to Kim, I kind of skimmed over the article. We're gonna get into it though, but they're basically saying that right there, that evidence as far as the kennel and the video that Paul made or whatever. That's pretty much what sealed the deal. You know what I'm saying?
Now, I didn't know that the jury had said that, but when I pieced this thing
let
together,
me forward you this email. Okay. And you can check it out. Let me forward it to you.
So I didn't know anything that I hadn't read anything the jury had said prior to that. But
the name of the article is Alec Murdoch Jurors reveal final moments, deliberating verdict, how dog kennel video proved key to the case.
Yep.
Kim sent me
So-
this. Thank you, Kim.
When I put this, because I made this picture off of their pictures, and I just wanted to like highlight where the dogs were. So what I'm saying is Paul made that video at kennel number 5. By the time Paul walked from kennel number 5 to the feed room, Alex was waiting for him.
Yep.
Alex was standing right in the feed room waiting for him.
Yeah.
Now remember, that feed room has 2 doors. The door in the front where Paul's body is, and there's a back door on the other side of the kennel that you can come through.
Right.
And I believe he was waiting right there in that room. And when Paul came, he shot him directly in the chest.
Yep. Hey, man. Happy Friday.
When Paul popped out in front of that door, he shot him.
Yep. He did. He caught him off guard.
Because but he made that video at 8:44. And by the time he walked from after he finished making I think it was a 1 or 2 minute video of the dog. And by the time he walked from there to that door, he was dead.
Yeah. He pretty much, oh God, it's sad. I'm sad. Welcome back, Key Mines. All right, y'all. Let's listen. Y'all please hit that like button. Feel free to hit the cash app and support your girl.
So Missy asked
177.
Oh, go ahead, the truth. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Missy asked, were they dog boarders? No, but they actually would bring people onto the property to hunt.
Yeah.
So they had different types of dogs, and they talk about that one. Tappy Toes is a red bird dog. Dahlia is a bird dog. I don't know what that handsome means. Maggie's yellow lab. Was that his handsome? Who's handsome?
Was that the name? Was it the name?
I guess it was.
Oh no, Maggie
name.
Yellow Lab, handsome. I don't know.
I don't know what that means. I looked that up.
What that means either. Yeah.
So they would bring people to the property, and they would allow people to hunt on the property, the 1,700 acres. So they had all types of dogs that were there for hunting. But the only reason that Rogan's dog was there was he was asking Paul to board it for him, not at his house.
Right.
So there was no other dogs other than their dogs and Rogan's dogs actually there. But those kennels, there's 10 kennels.
Yeah.
That's a lot of kennels to, just to have around. Okay. I just wanted to answer that for Missy.
Okay.
179, 180, 181, and 183, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right, let's go through these real quick. We could, if I could get the input, see the LMO. Looks like it is on the LMO. All right. We got this fancy hood up here. See if that'll do better for us. All right, can you tell me what this image is of, please? And this, for the record, my apologies, would be States 163.
That is a picture of the pool table in the gun room that with the 300 or AR-15 300 blackout sitting on the pool table, which I collected out of the gun rack.
All right, and that person right there, who is that?
That is Mark Bull.
All right, I'm going to show the jury now 173. Tell me what this image is, please.
That is that AR-15 rifle 300 blackout sitting in the gun wall before it was pulled from the gun wall, placed on the table.
All right. Still image 158. Can you tell me what that is, please?
That is what I was describing as the side door, which enters to the gun room without going through the main part of the house. The stoop and out in front of that is where items were collected.
And what items are you talking about?
The 5 300 spent shell casings were collected out in front of the stoop.
All right. Gonna go now to exhibit 175, and what is that image?
That is the same side door, just a different angle, same stoop.
All right. 176, tell me what that is, please.
That is the brick landing at the bottom of the stoop. And just in the center, down low, close to the bottom, you can see a 300, spent 300 blackout casing.
What am I pointing out with my finger right now?
That is the spent 300 blackout casing.
All right, go to exhibit number 177. Tell me what this still image from your body cam reflects.
That is my hand, and I have picked up a spent 300 blackout casing from the side of the stoop.
All right, 179.
Those are the three 300 blackout casings which were collected at the in front of the stoop.
All right, and now 180.
That is the left-hand side of the
Carla.
entrance of the gun room, just in the flower bed.
All right, and do we see cases in that image? You step down if you need to. I know your screen's pretty small. If you need to step down, that's fine.
That's me. I can't pick it out on that picture.
All right. I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 180 and see if you can make it out.
Yes, sir. It will be at the bottom of the picture, about in the center.
All right, let me have you come around and you can do it. I'm gonna back up and do it screen for the jury, please.
It would be right here.
All right, sounds good. You can retake the stand, please. All right, moving on to 181. Tell the jury what this still image reflects, please.
That is three of the 300 blackout spent casings that was collected at the base of this, at the
Y'all see
front.
the gun collection. And did you say that's not it? Like that's not all?
No, that's not. They took a few guns out of there.
Yeah.
And they mentioned that a few guns were misplaced.
Mm-hmm.
Were not in inventory, that they
Mm-hmm.
couldn't find. Now, they never recovered the shotgun or the AR-15 that they had purchased
Mm-hmm.
for Paul during Christmas,
Mm-hmm.
because none of these are AR style. I'm looking at them now. These are all long rifles, but they're not assault style. Some of these do take clips. Some are just, freeloads, but
Yeah.
I don't see any AR-15s. Now, they did mention that Paul had lost an AR,
Mm-hmm.
meaning he misplaced it and it's gone.
Yeah.
That's a gun. I lost it. I don't know what happened to it, Dad.
Right.
I misplaced it. I don't know. It's around here somewhere, kind of bullshit like that. But yeah, these are all hunting rifles.
Yeah.
Double barrel. And these ones in the center are all shotguns from what I could see.
Thank you, Tamara. I got your email, sweetie. Thank you.
I am looking for the, I have a picture of what they're talking about right now. I'm getting that. I'm trying to transfer that over so I can put it in here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Tamara, I got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Like these emails that I'm getting, y'all, I think I'm going to take Monday, the beginning. Well, okay, tomorrow we're going to do. Then Sunday, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to come on Sunday. I have to see. Between today and Monday, if not Monday, we're going to talk about these emails that I got, because I'm getting some good emails on some good information, y'all. So it's going to be like a random day where we just talk about different things, okay? Because I'm getting some good info, some good emails about it. All right, here we go.
Let's do.
All right. And then finally, jumping the gun, we have 183. Tell me what that reflects.
That would be to the I believe the right-hand side of the stoop, and just at the end of my hand, I'm fixing to pick up a spent 300 blackout casing.
What is my finger pointing to right there?
That is the 300 blackout casing, which I'm talking about.
All right, thank you. Right before lunch, there was a minute in the evidence states 152 and 151, and
Okay,
you got your readers with you?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you remind us where those items were collected, please?
The ammo was collected from the shelving in the gun room, 300 blackout ammo, on 9/13 of 21. And the 300 blackout the 243 magazine with 300 blackout ammo in it was collected from a black Ford F-150 that was located on the property.
And you got a knife on you?
I do, yes, sir.
You mind opening that exhibit for us? And let's take a look at those items, please.
Thank you, Tamara. I will.
Do you want me to open the brown bag also?
I do, please. Let's go ahead and do most of that one first, if we could. Can you remove the item from its packaging, please? What you got there?
It's a magazine which fits the AR style rifle that is loaded with 300 blackout ammunition.
All right, and can you see what brand that is on there? On the rounds that you can see?
Appears to be S&B 300 blackout.
S&B 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna take that item. I'm gonna put this up on the screen for the jury. All right, go ahead and open the other one for me, please. Before we move on, we're not pulling all the ammo out. Does this magazine appear to be relatively full?
It's pretty heavy, so it's pretty full.
All right. Let's keep it. Go ahead and just put that one back in, please. Go on to the next one.
bottom of the bag.
Happy Friday, Lynn. Thanks for joining.
What you got in there?
This is another magazine that fits the AR style rifle. It's loaded with 300 blackout.
Can you tell the particular brand of that 300 blackout?
It's head stamped S&B 300 blackout.
Yes. You go put that up on the screen for the jury. All right. Just real quick before you put it back, is that, we're not taking all the bullets out or cartridges out, does that appear to be fairly well loaded?
It's got some weight to it. It looks like it's fairly loaded.
All right, if you can return that to his bag, please. And then put this back in the plastic bag. All right. We've been talking about guns for a while. Let's talk about something else for a minute, and then we'll get back to guns. You got it back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going back to June 8th, 2021, were you present when any efforts were made to collect the cell phone belonging to Maggie Murdoch?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And who all were you present with when when that happened? And just kind of describe the events as they took place, please.
It was myself, Special Agent McAllister, Captain Ryan Neal, Dylan Hightower. There was one or two more people there, but I don't recall.
Okay. And ultimately, was that phone located?
The phone was located a short distance from the crime scene.
All right. And where was it, just generally?
If you.
All right, what you got here, the truth?
Okay, so this is the guy that's testifying right now.
Yeah,
and he's actually holding up a very similar rifle to the one that Paul owned. According to the records, the AR they bought is very similar to the one that he has in his hands down the bottom, and they know that he has a scope. I guess they looked at some pictures and they noticed the scope that he had on it. And that scope could be a night vision scope, could be just a regular mid-range scope. It's not a long rifle scope, but it seems that to me that looks like a night vision scope is on there, which night vision is that it will illuminate the dark areas so you'd be able to see as if it was daylight. So that's what that is. And he's got it locked out at the bottom, but I think that's what he's fumbling with clips of loading the and unloading the clip that goes into the rifle where the bullets.
You see what Rosie said? Rosie said, "I'm late." Welcome, Rosie. Thanks for joining. She said, "I'm late, but handsome was the nickname for Randolph Murdoch."
Oh, okay. So that may have been Randolph's dog.
Wow,
who calls himself handsome?
Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you, Trey. Y'all hit that cash app and support your girl. Hit the like button. Thank you.
Are Are you giving that nickname, or you just calling
Most of the times, a lot of times, people nicknames are given to them. The truth. So let's just be clear. A lot of times, people nicknames are given. Hopefully, he didn't come up with that himself.
If I was Alex, I would ask for my father to have a DNA test.
Why they all look alike? Shit.
Well, if you're calling his daddy handsome,
Mm-hmm.
right? Look at Alex. I'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna do a DNA test to make sure that you're my father because you're handsome. I am not. Not by the least.
Yeah, I get it. It's weird.
Come out of 41, out of the driveway of the residence, take a right on Moselle Road, quarter mile, half mile. I don't recall the exact distance on the left-hand side of the road, kind of in the grass area.
When y'all found it, what happened then? Who picked it up? Who collected it? What happened to it at that point?
Captain Neal picked it up. Special Agent McAllister held it in her hand while a picture was taken of it, gloved hand. We were given the passcode to the phone. Passcode was entered into the phone just to verify that it would work, it would unlock. And it did work, it did unlock. It was immediately shut, locked back. And then passcode was written on a sticky note. It was packaged and ultimately turned over to crime scene.
Okay, and you were there when all that happened, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Aside from the things y'all just described, was it otherwise manipulated or tampered with or changed in any way?
No, sir, it was not.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification at this time as Exhibit 204, and have you just take a look at that and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that item is.
This is the phone that was recovered on the side of the road belonging to Miss Maggie Murdoch.
The one you just described?
Yes, sir, it is.
The one that was secured by Captain Neal?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, put it back in if you will. Just real quick. All right, at this time, Your Honor, we move Exhibit 204 into evidence, I believe, without objection. All right.
Okay, what we have here, D. True? What we have here?
That's their gun room.
Wow. Okay.
That's over here. I believe that's what he's maybe referring to as a pool table. I think this might be a pool table. Over to the left, fat ass had a elliptical in here and a whole bunch of stuff, and then ammo.
Okay, so wait a minute. Hold on. Thank you. Shout out to the person that just cashed at me. Thank you, sweetheart. Same to you. I love you. Thank you for the support. Like, okay, that shelf. Like, okay. So you had the guns to the left of the elliptical, and then that shelf to the right. Can you tell what's all on that shelf over there?
Those are,
you know what I'm talking about?
It looks like bullets. Those are boxes of bullets.
Okay, wow.
The first visible shelf at the bottom is boxes of it looks like shotgun shells. Then there's some more bullets on the shelf above it. Then it looks like some cleaning stuff is a shelf above that, and then there's just miscellaneous bullets just kind of stacked there. But this is definitely a hunting room. And these are all, like, I guess, tarps and padding and stuff like that.
Right.
The gun cases. There's a crossbow, another, or that's an arrow bow, and there's a crossbow. So it's pretty stacked. I mean, it's pretty stacked with stuff in there. But look at the size of his gun room, and
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I just want to notice something. There is no lock across here. See right here? There's supposed to be a bar that goes across, or
Across the gun.
yes, across here, and
Yes.
a latch that a wire would go through. That all of the trigger mechanism, the steel wire would go through that and then attach to the other side to keep the weapons secured. So if someone did break in the house, they wouldn't be able to just pick them up and walk away.
Right.
And then there's
or shouldn't that even be like closed and locked?
Yeah, it should
well,
be.
maybe it's open because they're taking the photo. But I do see where there's a door. Those two.
Here, let's look at the actual blown up version of just the guns by itself, and you'll see that there's no locking mechanism. There's nothing.
Because to me, honestly, with that gun room, which I think in the previous live I mentioned that if let's just take what Alec is trying to put out, right, and say that okay, it was some people that came on the property. It was some, one or two gunmen that came on the property and could have gotten to their guns or whatever, because that's basically what he's trying to say or whatever. But okay, there's
so this is a closer view of what of the room. So this is shot directly in front of the gun shelf. Okay, those hinges you see to the left, that's for that door. That's not for the cabinet. The cabinet has nothing on it. No locking system whatsoever. It doesn't close. They just kind of lean in there against the back.
Gotcha. Hi, Juicy.
Those open cabinets at the bottom, I see a gun case down there and a bunch of tarps. But these guns were never locked up at any time or in any way. They just kind of just sit there.
And that's why he was able to kind of sort of make it seem like somebody may have come on the property and gotten hold of his weapons. But like I say, you can't have it both ways. Like if somebody came to your property to kill or harm or whatever, they would come with their own shit. Like they wouldn't come there and think, okay, maybe we'll find a gun, maybe we'll find bullets, maybe you get what I'm saying?
Okay, but it doesn't work anyway because he was asleep in the house. So
supposedly,
if they broke into the house to steal the weapons that they used to kill Maggie and Paul, why didn't they kill you first? If they were in the house already,
right?
They just came there to get some guns, and they said, "Oh, look, they're down there at the kennel. Let's go get them." Say, none of it makes sense. None of the theories make any sense. But what the prosecution is saying happened. There's no evidence leaning towards their explanation of the crime.
Okay. This is just some more, y'all.
Let me ask you this question. Do you know a guy by the name of John Bedingfield?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that somebody you knew before this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how do you know him, just generally?
John grew up in Barnwell, just like myself. He actually has a son that's the same age as my son. They went to school together, played ball together. I've known John for a number of years.
And what does John do for a living? Do you know?
He is a DNR officer.
All right. And does he have a side business?
He does.
And just generally, what does that side business do?
He's got a gun business where he works on firearms.
Okay. And prior to this case ever happening, did you ever have any conversation with John Bedingfield about whether or not he had assembled any guns for Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And is that something that you knew prior to this case ever taking place?
Yes, sir, it is.
After this case took place, well, let me ask you this. Did you know what ammunition was used by those guns that were assembled by John Bedingfield for Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what ammunition was used in those guns?
Hearsay.
Response.
Yes, not all for the truth of the matter asserted at this time, but effect on the listener for his actions.
Anything further?
It's still hearsay, and I'm not sure what his actions are in response to the hearsay. I mean, he's asking questions about what he learned well before these crimes.
Objection overruled.
And so what was the ammunition in the guns from what John Bedingfield told you?
The guns were built and chambered for 300 blackout.
All right. As this case developed, did that prior fact that you knew, did that cause you to take any actions?
Yes, sir, it did.
And tell me what actions you took based on that prior knowledge you had.
I contacted John Bedingfield and asked him if he could provide me with paperwork for the weapons that was purchased by Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
All right. And was that after these particular crimes that took place?
That was after, yes, sir.
All right. You remember roughly when that was?
It was within a day or so that I talked to him, yes, sir.
All right. And did he ultimately provide you some paperwork?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was that the only conversation you had with John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts that he built for Alec Murdaugh?
No, sir, it was not.
Was there a subsequent conversation?
Yes, sir.
Did you call him back or did he call you back?
I called him back and then to require of potential additional 300 blackout that was purchased by and paid for by Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. So you called him with an inquiry, is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me what your inquiry was to John Bedingfield after he initially provided you some paperwork.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, turned away.
That's okay.
Tell me what your specific inquiry was to John Bedingfield that second time when there was a subsequent conversation.
The second time that I talked to John was to inquire about whether or not he built a third 300 blackout to replace a gun that Paul had misplaced or had gotten stolen earlier in 2017.
All right. And in response to that inquiry, did John Bedingfield provide you some additional paperwork?
Yes, he did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as stand by for me real quick.
Are they doing a sidebar right now?
Yeah, pretty much. The prosecution is showing the defense some type of document. Yeah.
Okay, to see if he objects. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked at this time for identification only. States 247. Stand by for me, real quick. Take a look again. All right, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked for identification only this time as Exhibit 247 and see if you recognize that paperwork.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just again, without describing the contents, tell the jury what this paperwork is, please.
It's a copy of canceled checks and copy of the sale of firearm.
All right, and this was documentation that was provided to you in response to your inquiries to John Bedingfield?
That is correct.
And who gave this documentation to you?
John Bedingfield.
All right, I'm gonna, again, without going into the contents, look at the second page and tell me, is that the document that was provided in response to your second inquiry when you called him back about the third blackout?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Once again, they're doing a sidebar, y'all.
All right, I'm going to show you two exhibits. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162 first, and it's a disc, and see if you recognize that particular exhibit, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that exhibit is.
That is a disc from, or excuse me, a video from my body worn camera of a collection of shell casings.
All right, and does it have a date on when that occurred on it?
6/16/2021.
All right, so this is different from what we've already talked about, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 248, see if you recognize that particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and is that additional body cam footage from that search on 6/16/21?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move both Exhibits 248 and 162 into evidence and leave without objection.
Correct, Your Honor.
Admit it.
All right, so got a search on 6/16/21. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that search, how it came to pass, what was going on, and then we'll get to the footage as to what occurred.
Okay. During the investigation process, we learned that there was a shooting range and some bodies of water on the property. And when I say on the property, it's across the road from the incident location. Through discussion with the investigative team, it was decided that we needed to go over to that shooting range and also search that body of water for any potential evidence that may be found.
And this shooting range, that was still part of the Murdoch property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct. It would be kind of diagonal to your left from where the kennels were at.
All right. And the information received was that the family used that as a shooting range.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me show you quickly. Go ahead and just quickly show you these. Show you what's been marked as exhibits 184, 185, and 186, and see if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what those are generally, please.
One is the picture of the shoot house. The other is the picture of the inside of the shoot house, and then the third picture is a picture of the area next to the waterway where we collected some items.
All right,
Happy
Your Honor,
Friday,
this time I would
Miss
move
Tina.
exhibit
Welcome.
184, 185, and 186. State's exhibits and evidence, leave without objection.
No objection.
Good. All right, very quickly, put this up on the screen. 184, again, tell the jury what that is, please.
That is what I'm describing as a shoot house. It has a bench inside where you would set up to shoot targets out in front.
All right, 185. What does that represent, please?
That is on the inside of the shoot house, the chair, the stand where you would sit, and obviously the rail where you would rest your weapon.
All right, what are these little shiny things on the floor there?
That's brass from firearms that's already been fired.
All right, and is that how the scene looked when you found it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and then finally, 186, what does that represent?
That is two 12-gauge spent shotgun shells that was collected over near the waterway behind where we had set our dive trailer up.
All right. Becca, can I have the inputs changed to the video, please? All right, this time I'm going to play Exhibit 162. For the record, I'm going to fast forward it to about 43 seconds into the video. That the shooting house as you observed it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Now at 1 minute and 19
Did you
seconds.
put up this photo? Did you want to make a point about anything with this photo? Even though we know that's the
No, not really. I'm just putting it back up so everyone could, I guess look at the crime scene, because what you're talking about is across the way. Now, I do have another picture that kind of shows a better angle of Maggie and Paul's body. I hope it's on here. Let me see. Okay, this picture actually, here it is, right here. Actually, gives you a better actual picture from an above look. And so the dog kennels and this is an old plane hangar that's here, and the black dots are actually Paul and Maggie's bodies.
They were not far apart at all. Like, okay,
on the other side of that hangar, basically.
Yeah.
And the hangar, this hangar where she shot, does not have walls on it. The actual area that you can lock stuff up like an indoor room is underneath the hangar more. This is all open right here, where Maggie's body is open from one side. It only has a covering over it. And I had one more. I gotta look at something. Go ahead.
You want me to play it until you pull it up, or you want?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm looking for one more picture that I just got.
Okay, here we go, y'all.
And I have it paused, but tell me, what is this thing right here that's kind of up on the counter of that shooting house?
That would be a rest that you would put your rifle in when you're sighting it in or shooting down range at targets to help stabilize it.
All right, when you're sighting it in, just real quick, explain with the jury what you're trying to do when you sight in a rifle that you would use that rest for.
When you're zeroing your rifle, whether it be 100 yards, 200 yards, you want to hold a rifle as still as possible, obviously. You would have a target down range at whatever distance you're sighting it in at. You would fire 1, 2, 3 rounds, and then you would adjust your optics and continue till you get it zeroed to where you want it.
And zero means it's shooting where you're aiming?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, and I'm going to fast forward through a fair amount of this, but ultimately, after seeing those cases on the floor, did you see any 300 blackout that you recognized just looking down were 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And did you send Special Agent David Owen to go get some envelopes so you could collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And ultimately, did you collect about 17 S&B cases at that location?
Yes, sir, I did. Hold it.
Okay, what we got here, D-True? That's an overview of.
This is okay. So the gray top is the kennel, and the brown top is the hangar. Or am I mixing them up? No, the brown top is the kennel.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, the brown top is the kennel because this little lip right here in the front is the kennel. And then this is the hanger on the other side, the tan top
Mm-hmm.
is the hanger. I believe that's what it is. So that gives you the actual distance between. So Paul's body will be all the way over here, where the two cars are facing each other.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Paul's body would be here, and Maggie's body will be over on the other side, where that tan top is,
Mm-hmm.
laying down over there. So that's the distance between each Paul and Maggie.
Not much.
Maybe 15, 20 feet at the most. Maybe because this is probably about 30 feet from here to here. Look at it. Might be a little more. I can't really tell from, but this is an actual drone photo of it.
Let's see. Okay. Hey, Sirius. Hey, welcome in. Hit the like button on the way in, sweetie. Thank you. That said, one of them possibly wouldn't. I think so. I think so, Missy.
I think Maggie watched him shoot Paul. No,
Yeah, and that's why she tried to get away. I think she did.
I may have it mixed up. It may be mixed up. I may have it the kennel and the old hangar mixed up.
Mm-hmm.
Because this looks like where Maggie was laying on that little road.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a little road that goes back into the woods over here. And I believe the red is the hangar and the tan is the kennels.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't get I don't have another view of let me look for another view of the crime scene. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
For the record, I'm at 11 minutes and 3 seconds in the video.
So what is it? 300? 300 blackout? Head staff is S&B. Okay. 300. That's AAC BLK.
What are you reading out right there?
I'm reading the numbers to identify, the identifiers off the head stamp of the shell casing.
All right. Moving now to 1207.
S&B 300. AAC BLK.
Same ammunition?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to move now.
Your right leg, or the Tuesday. Okay. That's 300 blackout, AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Also near the right leg, above the chair. S and G. Yeah, same head track. S and D is what you were saying. They're going to be different. Hang on. I'm sorry, it is S and D. AAC, BOK.
Same thing? Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1619.
S and D, 300. Blackout, AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1721.
In front instead of
Check that. 1717.
BOK, 300 blackout.
Too far. Let's back up to 1712.
S and D, 300. AAC, BOK, 300 blackout.
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving now to 18:00, about 18 minutes even.
300 blackout. Into the AAC. Okay. S and D, 300 blackout. Into the AAC, BOK.
Yes, sir, it is.
Between the table leg and the wall of the shootout on 1847. It's gonna be S and B. 300 blackout is gonna be 300 AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
So, Craig?
Moving now to 2221.
Same head.
She's 2216.
And S and B, 300 AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
BOK.
2309.
Gonna be S and B, 300 blackout, yes, that AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving up to the right front
Now we're at 2356.
corner. Got the shootout. Gonna be S and B, 300 blackout, yes, that 300 AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
And then 2452.
S and B, 300 blackout. AAC, BOK.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
Do I have to go get some more envelopes at this point?
I think that's what we just went to do.
I'm gonna move it forward. All right, we're now at 2802.
S and B, 300 blackout, 300, AAC, BLK.
Same thing.
Same thing, sir.
What?
Okay, Mr. Lou, be safe.
We're now at 2908.
This is, S and B, 300 blackout, AAC, BLK.
Same thing.
Same thing, sir.
Now we're at 3027.
S&B. 300 blackout. AAC. BLK.
It's the same thing, sir.
Now we're at 3132.
Okay. S&B. Okay. 300 blackout. AAC. BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
S&B. All right. That's form here.
Now we're at 3216.
S&B. All right. 300 blackout. 300 AAC.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Almost done.
What you got there?
Okay, so the house I was looking at, that's not the kennel.
Mm-hmm.
The kennel is actually here on the side of the building with the red top. See the circles?
Mm-hmm.
The circle is Paul's body. The circle is Maggie's body. That is 15, maybe 20 feet away. Where Paul's body is, that corner right there, that's the feed room.
Wow.
And these are the kennels. Just on the left
They
side.
were close. Every time you pull up an image, it shows me that they were close.
Look how that's not far at all. That's a driveway. That's a driveway right there.
Yeah.
And this thing right here is where the ATV was parked. And this is like a storage thing. But this long cage right here, I believe that's a running cage where they let the dogs just run around. They can run in there without being free.
Mm-hmm.
But that gray building with the trees behind it is the kennel, and there's a door in the back and there's a door in the front.
Yeah. Tamara said, I believe Maggie seen him shoot. I believe that too. Tamara. I do believe. And that's why I think, because see, initially I thought, as far as the bullet wounds and how many times, because he shot Maggie 5, shot Paul, twice. And I was like, well, damn, why the overkill? But maybe he needed to make sure, because where he shot Paul initially, we all know, that head wound, okay? And he did, because he shot Maggie twice in the head.
Yes.
He needed to make sure.
But he shot her twice in the left leg, in the thigh in the back of the thigh.
Right.
Because I have the autopsies where they show where the bullet wounds are, and she was shot twice in the thigh, and then once in the back, and then I believe twice in the head.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But this shows
it was overkill. It was overkill, absolutely.
I mean, this shows how this picture right here. It took me a while to find this one, but I found because I wanted to know where exactly was the kennel. Am I getting it wrong? Because I kept seeing two buildings, but then when I looked at the aerial view, I said that's too far away. That's too much distance between the bodies. And then I found this one, which is the aerial view of the kennel and the shed, and I was like, that makes more sense because they were not that far away from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then the picture,
all of it looks spooky. This is
this is an old raggedy. These are old raggedy.
It amazes me how they are in South Carolina. They are old because their house is not the things about their house and their land and stuff is not modern at all. So I get it. It's nothing modern about it.
He was raising crops on there.
Well, yeah.
I mean, he had a farm. Would look like a farm because you see that there's two plots, one beyond the kennel that looks like it's been seeded, And then
Mm-hmm.
there's one all the way to the left of this red shed that's also looks like it's been seeded. And
Mm-hmm.
I know that wasn't him doing that. I know he didn't get his fat ass out there and did that. I guess he basically rented that land out to somebody to farm
Right.
because he had a tractor. There's an actual tractor underneath it. He had a bunch of equipment because remember he was telling them to sell it
Mm-hmm.
to so and so
Mm-hmm.
or make sure so and so come get that tractor I borrowed
Mm-hmm.
where they seize
Yeah,
it
that's what he
as it
was telling
was.
the brother. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted just to show the actual distance between the two. And I mean, that can't be more than 20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And I did find the cell phone data.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, so I found the cell phone data what Sled had tracked on both their cell phones, including steps. So I guess they had the step feature on their phones because
Mm-hmm.
it actually tells how many steps the phone was taking.
Wow. Well, yeah, we knew they had that because that he was just done to me, like honestly. But anywho, all right, let's listen to some more. I'm just this picture is eerie to me. Can you imagine as a mother watching your husband slash baby daddy gun down your son, and then you're trying to get away? Because I think those initial gunshot wounds to like the legs and the hip is to what he hunted her like an animal. Like honestly, I think he shot her in the legs for her to fall, and then he walked up on her because you said right the gunshot wounds to the head was up close, right? I think that he just this man is sick, and to see him sit up in this courtroom and pretend like he may want to cry, they show that in court to be true. Uh huh. All right, let's listen to some more, y'all.
Now we're at 3332.
In front of the chair. Yes, indeed. AAC, okay, 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
It's gonna be in front of the, shooting chair
We're now at 3428.
on the table. Yes, indeed. 300 blackout. Be okay. Eight.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
You participated in multiple searches at various locations on the Murdoch property at Moselle Road, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you repeatedly find
You want to
essence?
talk about that photo some more? Be true.
Well, this is the autopsy. So
Mhm.
this is the picture that they show the wounds.
Mhm.
The one on the left is Maggie. The one on the right is Paul. You see the two red dots on her thigh.
Mhm.
So he shot her twice in the thigh.
Mhm.
One just above the buttocks, and one through the back of the head. So
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then they have another one in her chest. When they flip her over, there's actually one right above her. Looks like her left breast.
Mhm.
So that's the fifth shot. So there's 4 shots to her back, 1 shot to her front.
Yeah.
And then Paul, of course, is just the 2 shots. You got the one in the chest and the one at the top right hand side of the skull.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, you said she was probably running away. He caught her in the leg with the 2 shots, and then one above the buttocks.
Mm-hmm.
She may have turned and looked at him during this, and he popped her in the chest. And then while she was laying on the ground, because they said the angle that bullet went in, she was laying on the ground when he shot her in the head.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Now, any one of these could have splattered biological matter onto that ATV that he drove.
Mm-hmm. They don't. Where is that? South Carolina. They didn't have the death penalty. I'm just asking.
I believe South Carolina does have the death penalty, but most of the states have stopped death penalties right now.
Mm-hmm. I was just asking. All right, here we go, y'all.
To be 300 blackout ammunition, both fired and unfired, at various locations throughout that property.
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm gonna do one more very quick one, and this will be Exhibit 248. And I'm going to fast forward to about 102, and I've got it paused, but tell us generally where we are and what we're seeing here again, please, if you would.
This location is going to be between where the shoot house was located and the body of water that was there. It's where we had our dive trailer set up and table set up with a shade so that we could actually get out of the weather if we needed to.
And are you collecting any items here?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are you collecting?
Spent 12 gauge shotgun shells.
All right, I'm going to let that play for a second. And we're at,
Okay.
for the record, we're at 24 seconds in.
Okay, go ahead.
So South Carolina has halted executions at this time because they state that it's too hard to get the actual lethal drugs used for it.
Oh yeah, I think you said something about in another live about how they was.
And Trey brought up the point that South Carolina is the one that brought up the firing squad.
Mm-hmm.
And they're actually trying to debate whether the firing squad is legal to use as a lethal punishment.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where they're at that. And here's the firing. I have the picture of what they're saying is going to be the firing squad's picture of what they're going to use. Here, let me get it real quick and I'll put it up. So this is what they actually decided to use as the firing squad to execute people. But Alex was not. That wasn't Alex's. They disregarded the death penalty for him.
Mm. Can you tell me why?
I guess they didn't want to, because that's a whole nother part that because once you get found guilty of murder, then you have to. There's a whole death penalty side of it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they didn't want to go through that, and the fact that they, would they have enough evidence to pursue a death penalty?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if they put it on the table or not because it's up to a jury too to decide whether they want to execute or make it a death penalty case.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we got a little bit more. Let's see, y'all. Mm-mm-mm.
Hold that.
All right.
Okay, so they declined to pursue death penalty.
The prosecution did.
Yeah, the prosecutor declined to, but he wouldn't specify. He just said prosecuting the case would have been substantially more costly if his team had pursued the death penalty. So he said it's too costly, and he would end up not being put to death because of all the problems that's happening with execution right now.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have cost the state more money to seek the death penalty, which would have turned out to be a longer and lengthier trial.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Okay.
For the record, I'm stopping at 1 minute and 14 seconds. I'm going to show you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. And are there in fact shotgun shells present in there?
There is.
All right. And where were those collected from, those red shotgun shells?
It's depicted on the video on the Murdoch property right near the waterway.
All right.
At the shooting range.
Talk about some of the things that you did in this case, and you told this jury that the primary focus that you had here, because of your general knowledge of firearms, was to gather that type of evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you also participated in interviews in this case as well, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
You talked about interviewing Rogan Gibson. You talked about interviewing John Bedingfield, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Did you interview the defendant or participate in an interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
You remember what day that was that you participated in an interview with the defendant?
I don't remember the actual date.
Let me show you Exhibit 243 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that disc?
This is a recorded interview which was conducted with Alex Murdoch on 6/10 of 2021.
All right. Are your initials on this disc?
They are.
Jim. Okay. Your Honor, this time we would offer the evidence State's Exhibits 243, I believe, without objection.
Okay.
All right, let's play the video.
While you're setting that up, might I move this gun case? Defendant can't see for sure.
Stand right quick while there.
Judge? best.
They they in a little recess right now, y'all.
Good shoes.
Oh God.
Okay. Just do a quick bit of housekeeping. You talked earlier about your inquiries to John Bettenfield about the 300 blackouts. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And I want to show you what's been marked for ID only 245 at this time and see if you recognize that document. You pull it out of sleep.
Yes.
Okay, D True. I was gonna ask D True to explain this video right here, y'all, but he said he'll be right back. So we'll talk about it when he come back. He needs to leave everything he did. I'm happy they did. Okay, I agree with you, Tamara.
Sir, I do.
All right. And without going into the contents of that document, where did you get that particular document?
I received this document from John Benfield.
As part of the inquiries that you earlier described to the jury?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll take that out.
I'm sorry, I'm back.
The interview of the defendant on June 10th, 2021, where did that take place?
It was in Senior Special Agent David Owens' patrol vehicle in the yard of Mr. John Marvin Murdoch's hunting lodge.
Your Honor, this time we're going to play Exhibit 243, the second interview of Alec Murdoch.
Okay, he's back, y'all. D Truth is back. So while they fumbling around, you want to talk about this photo, D Truth?
Okay, so these are the shotgun shells that were found behind the door to the feed room.
Okay.
Remember the gentleman kept talking about the red shotgun shells?
Mm-hmm.
That's because here's a red shotgun shell that was found at the crime scene. He's trying to link the shotgun shells from the range that they have with this particular shotgun shell.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just trying to show, where did you get these shotgun shells from? Well, I got these shotgun shells from the range that Murdoch had. And the whole time he knows that there's a red shotgun shell that was found behind the door that is one of the two shots that shot Paul Murdoch.
Okay, he's a dummy. All right, y'all, we got a few more minutes. I'm trying to get through as much as this part with this guy, because let me see if I can red ball and see how much longer he might be up. Let's see. Oh, not too much longer. Okay. Let me see, 6:37. Yeah, let's try to listen to I'm gonna try to listen to the end of Croft's testimony, so when we come back we can have a new witness. Well, at least cross-examination. But let's just see, y'all. Trey might be busy, y'all. Going live anytime today?
No.
Okay. All right. D-True, you think you may be going live?
You should have asked Baby Petty if he's going live
Yeah,
today.
yeah, you should have asked her. Baby, they asked you Truth! She asked Truth asked you a question.
Is it true?
She said, "What is it, Truth?" They said you go. Can I go live today?
What you say, Tom?
They said, can I do a live today? Can I do a show? No.
What you said?
Just don't let me have no fun.
No live for you.
You don't let me have no fun.
Yeah, we can have no
You
fun.
little sick baby.
What you say? What you say, girl?
She pretty much told me now.
Oh, well, you got to give her what she want, Trey. No lie for you. Wow. I remember those days, child. They run you. All right, y'all. Let's listen to some more.
Can I take this call really
Yes,
quick?
sir, go right
This is
ahead.
my sister-in-law,
Yes, go ahead.
and she's trying to. Hey, Mary. Okay, man, I'm meeting with man, when I meet with law enforcement, so I'll call you in just a minute.
They playing some phone. They playing a conversation between him and somebody else. Let's see if we can catch it.
Did Chelsea call you? Okay.
Oh, it looks like they playing his prison phone call, y'all. That's what it sounds like. Remember when we listened to the prison phone call? Let's listen.
Can you let Chelsea know and then make her run Lynn down? Okay, well, tell her to go get Christy to find Lynn. Get any one of the secretaries to find her. All right, thank you. Sorry to put that on you. Sorry about that.
That's all right. One thing I want to do before we start is I'd like to get a cell phone exam so we can just corroborate everything. Get a consent, and I got a guy here that's going to do it. Are you going to download it now? Yes, sir. Okay, great.
So I'll get to keep my phone?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Who was the guy that was there to download Alex's phone? Do you remember?
Dylan Hightower with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
He works with the
No, I
14th.
don't think that was the prison call. I think that was maybe him talking on the phone while they was interrogating him in the car. Well, let's listen.
Circuit Solicitor's Office.
That is correct.
At that point in time, that was the prosecutor's office in charge of the case.
That is correct.
It was not until August that the case got sent to the Attorney General's office.
That is correct.
How much attorney-client privilege stuff is on there?
A lot.
Okay. We do have a taint attorney that's going to examine it before we ever do.
What is a tank attorney?
A taint attorney, they look at somebody who's not affiliated with the case that makes sure that there's, Jim, can you explain it better?
Sure, I mean, it's a privileged attorney that doesn't, if there is attorney-client privilege information, it's redacted or.
Oh, did you want to talk about that photo?
Yeah, no. The whole thing he's talking about right now is they're going to download it. They're going to have the evidence. They're going to have a separate lawyer look at it, and he will redact anything that falls under lawyer-client privilege. So any conversations that Alex may have had via text message with a client will be redacted. Even if Alex is talking to his attorney via text message, it has to be redacted no matter what he says.
Oh wow! Now see that's not good.
So, but then they could go. Well, what happens? How they side skirt that is they go get the attorney's phone, and an attorney is obligated to turn over things like that. He can enact, client privilege, just like Alex can. But if it's between him and his attorney, they can't use it. So whatever you say to your attorney is privileged. See, that's what he's trying to get at. And I don't understand how Alex doesn't know who the hell that guy is when he said, well, he's going to look at attorney-client privilege. And Alex is like, well, who is that? And what does he do? You're an attorney, you dumbass. You should know what he's doing. You should know your conversations with a client are privileged. No matter what you say, they cannot be used in court against you.
That's true. That's true.
So I don't understand why Alex is so like confused. Like, who's that again? Or see, I knew I had a picture with the ATV. There it is right there. But this is the actual crime scene photo of both Maggie and Paul's bodies. And remember, we had that other photo was kind of an aerial shot that shows you the kennel to that covering. But the blurred out areas are Paul and Maggie. That's why I said there's not much of a distance between the two. And for Alex to shoot her from right here, he knew exactly what he was doing. He aimed to take her down before he killed her.
Listen, he had to. She saw him shoot Paul.
Exactly. And she could have been anywhere in this area right here. She could have been next to him and saw and ran because they're putting her death at almost exactly the same as his death.
Yeah.
Like a 2 or 3 minute span between each other, just long enough for him to grab that other rifle and shoot her. All right, go ahead. And then
I'm still behooved about why he did that, but not really, because I think he really, really wanted them to think that he was more than one shooter, so he had to use two different guns.
Yeah, that was his plan. I'm gonna use two guns, and people will think it's two different people.
So
I should have put shoes on my feet and got down on all fours and walked around to put a bunch of footprints down. But I'm too stupid to think of something like that.
He really thought he had it down pat, though. He really thought he had it.
Yes, he really did. He thought by playing the whole, my son was involved with a boating accident.
And baby, he had to make that off the rip. He had to say that off the rip. You hear me?
That was the second sentence. The first sentence was, "Are they dead?" The second sentence, my son was in a boating accident.
This man is the ultimate. Like, he is just sick. Like, sick. Okay, y'all, here we go.
Distracted by the attorney.
How do they know who's the client?
I know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. You know what? But if y'all get some attorney-client stuff,
that is, would go through me. And
signature.
Just write your name here.
So, Alec, I've had situations where
It's not a big deal.
give me a list of all his clients or something like that, and then put what the rest. I think the big thing, Joe, is, when you download that phone, I don't know if emails come with it or not, because that's probably where all this attorney-client privilege stuff.
And we can actually isolate the emails.
Yeah, that's probably the thing. You don't text my clients.
No, I do. I text a lot of clients.
Okay.
I'm not a big emailer.
Is that at 11 or 12? Do you know?
I do not know.
I can tell you that case story. You only just look at the back, you should have it over.
It's a fight for me. Listen. It's not funny, y'all. It's not. But this man, oh my God. Damn it.
Date of birth again?
2768.
Right, Sonya. Right.
7483, I'm sorry.
Right, me, Carl.
Most of the new ones don't have to open around this guy. Jim, you want to witness that for me? And if you got a passcode,
My passcode is,
right on there.
you start at the bottom 9, go up 9669.
9669.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me run this film. I'll be right back.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm actually from Barnwell.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
I got some cousins in Barnwell.
Got people in Barnwell too. Mixon.
Mixon on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my.
You came to Dickie Mixon?
I don't know. You know.
My wife and let's have my wife and child is dead. Let's have some small talk. So
Baby,
where
he
you?
been small talking.
Yeah, my wife and my wife and son have been splattered all over my farm here. Where are you from?
My God, today.
Do I know any of your kinfolk? You know any of mine? What the hell?
It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm telling you. Yeah, Tamara.
Teddy and Bobby and a bunch of them. You know, Freddie Mixon. He was
I knew Freddie Mixon very well.
Yeah, and his wife Ella and Jill.
Mr. Freddie goes to Elko Church.
Yeah, not anymore. He did.
I mean,
He did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was at his funeral. He had a Tiger Paw casket at the funeral. And I said, he's a big Clemson guy.
You know Big John Bedingfield, don't you?
I know John.
That's my cousin.
Okay.
All right there.
John Bedingfield, the DNR officer who is also the one that built the AR style rifles, 300 blackout for him.
In Sweet Caroline.
John's son and my son are the same age. They were in school together.
So, did you grow up in Barn?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. So he's got it. He's taking care of that.
But I get it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. So when we spoke the other night, I got kind of a basic overview.
Yes, sir.
And it was pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So I want you to, let's start Monday morning and take me through your day.
Monday morning, you know, did I do Monday morning? My wife and my older son had gone to the baseball games that weekend. You know, I really can't remember what I did Monday. I know I went to work, but you know, I think I was dragging a little bit from the weekend, but I went to work. I usually mess around on my farm, and then I go to work. I was at work. You know.
Were you at the office in Hampton, or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I was at my office in Hampton. You know, I mean, I was just at my office doing
legal work.
Yes, sir. I'm sure I can go back and probably recreate some specifics if you need me to, but I can't like sit here and recall on the top of my head exactly what I was working on. I know one thing I was working on was we had some big motions coming up in a Dominion Energy case. I was getting ready for those, and I was getting ready for some motions. I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things. And then
Question as to what he was doing the day of the murders.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And he said he was working on some motions in the Dominion Energy case, and then also where he
Right,
was
lovely.
personally a
I
defendant in
agree.
the boat case. Is that correct?
That is correct,
And that's
yes,
what he
sir.
said he was doing the day of the murders. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you.
other junk.
What time did you leave the house to go to the office?
I'm not sure.
Who all was at the house when you left?
To go to my office that morning,
Or when you got up, who was at the house?
I'm sure my wife was. And I can't remember if Blanca had made it out there yet or not.
And who is
Isn't that a lie?
Blanca is our housekeeper.
Okay.
And she
hold
comes
on.
different. She doesn't.
Are they talking about?
She said Maggie was at the house the night or the day when he went to work.
No, that's a lie. Maggie was at the beach house.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
He called Maggie from the beach house to be at the main house that night.
And I think that's what he's trying to hide, the fact that she wasn't there, and he called her to meet him there.
That's right. That's
to
right.
have dinner. And I think he's trying to hide that fact that Maggie was at the beach house because I guess
he wants to hide the fact that he literally asked Maggie to be at the house that night, to come to the house that night.
Yeah, because that'd be incriminating in itself. Well, why did you call her there? Why would you call her there? If she's not there, why would you call her to the house? And is it a coincidence that she gets murdered the night you call her to come to the house?
Exactly. That's why he lying about her. He talking about, I'm sure my wife was. No.
Yeah. No.
But your wife wasn't even staying there.
Your wife had moved into the beach house, and you know this for a fact.
Mm-hmm.
But yet you don't want to tell them that because they would say, that's kind of strange. That's a coincidence, isn't it? That you called your wife to come to the house and she gets murdered after you have dinner.
Yep.
Because her sister took the stand and said, no, I told her to go to the house to see what he wanted.
Bust his ass wide open. Hey everyone, when I don't respond, I'm listening. Enjoy your day. Okay, lovely. All right, babe. Thank you. He was appealing the community and a prominent lawyer. In his mind, he thought he was going to get. Well, the thing about it is, listen. He wasn't appealing. He wasn't prominent. Let me tell you why. From people that didn't know him, probably saw him as a pillar in the community, but people that actually dealt with him, like as far as business wise and personal wise, he was crooked. They knew he was crooked. Like the people that knew him, not the people like, as far as like you say, the community. You feel what I'm saying? The outsiders looking in that didn't know about him personally thought that he was. But the people that dealt with him, like, they knew he was crooked. He was that whole family was crooked, damn it. And prominent lawyer, no. Actually, he was considered the bottom of the barrel at the law firm. Let's just be clear.
Well, he also said, "Oh, I'm involved in a civil suit." Well, you also were in a criminal case for stealing all that money. So it wasn't just a civil case. We're indicted on criminal charges of stealing. So you just happened to mention the civil case, but not that you have been charged with
criminally.
Criminally.
He had to mention the civil case because the whole boating accident was the premise of him saying they wanted to kill my family.
Yes, the boating accident, which the $50 million lawsuit, which I had a theory behind that too, why he killed Paul. Because, okay, here's how it goes.
Okay.
If you're charged with a crime, correct, and during the crime that you're charged with, you seem to die. Until there's a guilty verdict, you are not considered guilty.
Facts.
So, with that being said, because you cannot be cross-examined, and if the death does not contribute to the case at hand, nothing you said can be admissible. Because you cannot be cross-examined.
Right.
And because a person attached to the case did not kill you, then your testimony is out.
Yep.
So basically, the civil case and him being charged with negligent homicide would
Hmm.
be all thrown out because he's dead, which means
He
they
had to
could
get rid
never,
of Paul.
yeah,
So
they
he
could
had to get
never
rid of Paul in order to make that whole boat and
yep,
shit go away. Like
the,
it needs to
the
go
whole
away.
$50 million case go away
Hmm.
because Paul uh, Paul was the key. If Paul gets convicted of criminal homicide for the accident that killed that girl,
Hmm.
then the civil suit will be automatically discharged as in favor of them because it was proven Paul was in fact guilty of manslaughter of that girl. But by killing him and making everyone believe it was someone else that did it, not him, he wouldn't be found. They wouldn't have ruled for the $50 million case.
Right.
But because
Yep.
it's him, it's him that did it, and they proved he did it so that we wouldn't find Paul guilty. The case was actually proven against him, and he owed
Hmm.
them $50 million.
Pretty much. Pretty much. All right. Let's. I want to get to the end of this so bad. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. 6:47. I think we may be able to do it. I'm not for sure. Let's keep going, y'all. Y'all here, y'all listening, so y'all y'all enjoying this. So hey, we're gonna keep going. Make sure y'all hit that like. Let me see what we looking like on likes, mods. Do I have a mod in here? Let me see.
I see 63 right now.
Thank God. That's a blessing. Thank
64.
y'all for the likes. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Y'all feel free to support the channel. Um, I agree, serious. I agree. Thought he was smarter than everyone else. Yup, Slan. He thought he could. Yeah, he really thought he was gonna get away with it. The truth. He really. You work. You know, I work hard to get you through, Natasha. He really thought he was gonna get away with it. He really did.
I have set hours, but she
Hey,
comes most
the
days.
truth. The appeal should be interesting, huh?
It should be. I'd like to see what the basis of the appeal is.
Like Trey
I
said yesterday, I don't think you was up. Thank you, man. Thank you. Like Trey said yesterday, I'm down with saying Dick was a dick and he wasn't competent.
he could go that.
Yeah, Dick. He the reason this he got mad with the Dick didn't say objection to nothing. He was just there.
Yes, yes, that's what I say. Say Dick was a dick.
Now,
Dick must have took that case pro bono.
yeah, well,
Huh?
yeah. I don't think he should have got paid, but he did get paid. I think Dick did get paid.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you, sweetie, for supporting the channel.
Yeah, I can't wait for them to poll the jurors because then you get to actually hear. You know, when they say poll the jurors, they're asking the jurors how did they judge, and they'll because
Yeah.
I guess
I can't wait to get into this
yeah,
article. I sent you the article if you hadn't seen it,
yeah,
but
I saw a little bit
I
of it.
haven't read it yet. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear, because a lot of times you can tell when a juror's already made up his mind,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
by his facial expressions, and they pay people to actually watch the jury.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think they can I don't think they can sketch the jury. Y'all know how those people be in the courtroom sketching people and stuff. Yeah, because
but they
the jury is supposed to be anonymous, even though they're showing their faces, their identity or whatever is supposed to be anonymous.
unless they
But
come
when they go
forward.
to speaking out,
Yeah, because the judge in the Trump case, he said, "Look, it is totally up to you. I'm not releasing the jury's names. It is
right?
totally up to you if you'd like to come forward. I don't
Yeah,
recommend you come forward. I recommend you stay
yeah,
anonymous So
I
like
don't
I
know.
said,
I think as a juror, I call it juror, y'all, because I used to watch this court show where the judge used to say juror. Jurors, I would say anonymous. I'm sorry. I just would.
yeah, because you're going to be questioned, and then everything's going to be looked at. They're going to go through your life with a fine tooth comb to see did he get paid off? Was he paid off? You know, it's just especially with a case against Donald Trump. You know how people just if he just says a name to somebody, they attack that person from every angle. So he was just telling them, you know, and basically he was saying, look what he did to me. Look what he did to me. Look what he did to the New York judge. Look what he did to the prosecutor. Is that what you want? You want to be on the front page of things? That's totally up to you. But I will basically leave the jury pool anonymous. But it's up to you if you want to come forward. Normally they don't release the jury's names and stuff. Go ahead. Hello? Okay, there we go.
I'm here. I had muted for a second. I was talking to Tony. Okay. All right. Shout out to Natasha. Thank you, Natasha, for supporting the channel. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Okay, here we go, y'all.
Days. She'll be able to tell you if I was there when she left or not. I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
What was the name of the housekeeper?
Mad, quick question. Are you doing anything this weekend, Mad? Let me know.
Anka?
Yeah,
Tamara, I can imagine that you would want to do jury duty. Listen, Tamara D. Truth has watched this trial already. She's just really basically watching a repeat. Because Tamara has already watched the trial all the way through. She keeps telling us it's gonna get good, it's gonna get good. So Tamara, you said you always wanted to do jury duty, but you was never picked.
Now,
girl,
I myself did not watch this. I'm listening for the first time. Whatever you play.
I'm glad too because I'm glad too. But listen, I got picked for jury duty like once, but at the time I was pregnant. And the thing about it was I was scheduled the day they wanted me to come in, I was literally like scheduled for a C-section. I was kind of, I really wanted to go. I really wanted to go do jury duty. But I couldn't. I couldn't change it. I couldn't do it. But I wanted to go. I did want to go. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, man. Let me know now. Let me know. McCarthy said I was picked for jury duty and enjoyed it. Yup. My mom was picked on a good case, but she won't tell me nothing. She can't tell. She can't tell you, Tamara. Don't make your mama break the law, girl. She can't tell you.
When she left or not. I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
I left a little bit earlier than normal because my son Paul was coming home.
Okay.
Because he had not been with us during the weekend, and he was coming home. We were going to replant some sunflowers the next day.
Okay.
And so he was calibrating, doing and getting everything ready. So he got home a little early. I left a little early, so he and I could knock around, and we knocked around for, just doing things we like to do out there. We're riding around looking at food plots, looking for hogs, a little bit of target shooting, just bullshit.
Yeah. You said Paul wasn't with you over the weekend. Where does he live with you at the house on Moselle?
Well, I mean, that's his home, but he has an apartment in Columbia.
Okay.
And he goes to Charleston a lot of weekends with his buddies.
Okay.
And he had been in Charleston for the weekend.
Okay.
And then Paul works for my brother John, that's out here. You met John.
Yes, sir.
So Paul works for him.
Thank you, Trey.
So Paul decided to he went to spend the night with my brother, his Uncle John, and they were very, very close.
Okay.
Sunday night.
Okay.
And then he worked for John Marvin, and he came home Monday afternoon.
Okay.
Just real quick, Alec Murdoch told you that he left work a little earlier than normal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what he said.
And one of the things he told you is they were riding around looking for hogs. Is that right?
Looking for hogs, yes, sir.
Do people often use 300 blackout to shoot hogs?
They do.
About roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, you know, we just rode around. We rode around our dove field looking at how the corn was doing. He and I had planted corn in the dove field, and he planted the corn in the duck pond, and he was, you know, showing me how much better his corn was doing than mine was. And we rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, you know, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
You know, we rode the property. Then, you know, I mean, we rode around so much. We just rode probably. It was a good little while. It was more than 20 minutes or 30 minutes. And, you know, was it 2 hours? I don't know. I'd say it was more than an hour, probably.
Really wasn't keeping track of time.
And it wasn't, you know, it wasn't getting dark. Mama wasn't home yet. She had gone to a doctor's appointment. So, you know.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, target practice what now?
To say the truth, 8 attorneys had to work out where the money would go. Money from the sale will go toward Alec Murdoch's outstanding legal fees, Buster Murdoch victims in 2019. Oh wow, that's a lot of people to divvy up money. I hope that's a lot of people.
You notice it said Palmetto State Bank. That's where he borrowed the money from.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
He borrowed the cash from
Palmetto State Bank. Mm-hmm. So, man, truth, it could be headaches when you're the when the jury's the question. I've done so many and tried to get out because of position. Depends on state how quick you receive pay. My experience only. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I want to be sequestered either. And then the little pay they pay, shit, they ought to be giving y'all that. They don't pay much. Mr. Lou wants to know who would get the majority of the money. D2, what do you think?
I'm looking at that now.
On Twitter, I got the money in 2 weeks, but I wanted to stay.
It was sold for $3.9 million. Now remember they asked for $50 million.
Yeah,
and he still has to pay that other money to them two boys, and then he had the state bank, Palmetto State Bank.
He had a lot of people. Hey, ask questions. Thanks for joining today, sweetie. Yeah, that 3 point whatever million ain't shit for what he owed. The other people won 50, and then he had the lawyers and the, like you said, the two guys, and then child please. That's nothing.
Just a little bottle. You give me what gun?
Yeah.
A 22 Magnum.
Rat shot.
I think no, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
He told you that they shot just a couple of times, the target shooting at a bottle, 22 Magnum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is 22 Magnum, is that a very small round, or is that a much larger rifle round like 300 Blackout?
That is a small round.
22 is about as small as it comes.
They make them smaller, but it is small.
So after y'all got finished riding around,
Yep, slaying.
try to take me through the rest of the evening.
All right. You know, at some point we
Did you talk for like a minute? Let me make a quick phone call and I'll be right back.
Okay. So let me see what questions do we have here. Do we have any?
No. I don't know.
No what?
What were you saying about? You saying was there any questions? I said I don't think so.
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm looking at. I guess tomorrow's gonna buy my snack and lunch.
Hey, do some work. Quit texting me.
So I'm trying to find who got what. I found the deed to the sale of the property, but it won't let me open it as far as who got what. Let me see if this opens it or not. Get out of there. Okay. So the total.
Are you trying to find out who bought the house?
Yeah, I haven't bought the house. Two lawyers bought the house, but they split up the land, right? So the total sale price was $3.9 million. I'm trying to see who gets what. Here's I have the deed right here of the sale of it, but it doesn't break down who gets what money. So all those people that we put in there have to split $3.9 million, including Buster Murdoch. So Buster Murdoch got a piece of that $3.9 million after everyone else was paid. But it doesn't break down who got what.
Okay, y'all. I'm back. Let me tell y'all a funny story. Let me tell y'all something funny. This weekend is gonna be so fun. Let me tell you. So, it's Mother's Day Sunday, right? So my daddy and Tony. Now, mind you, me and my sister gonna cook because we're gonna cook because we don't want my mama to cook. The guys said they would cook, but we was like, no. Even though my daddy and Tony can cook, but me and my sister said, nah, we'll cook. Okay. So, since they're not gonna cook, they have to do the shopping. Okay. So my mom gave my dad a list this morning, and Tony got his list, which he's gone now. And it's funny because my mama called me before I came online, and she said, "You want to know how many times your daddy called me?" I said, "I don't even want to think about it, mom." And so Tony at the store now, and he's calling. It's some funny shit. They want to make sure they get the right stuff.
Hey, Brooke, stop cussing me out, man. That's not ladylike. Yeah, baby.
Who Ebros can cuss you out? Ebros cuss you out. Well, that ain't nothing new. You ought to be used to it. Ebros, believe me. And the thing about it is, I don't know. What's up with y'all men? Like, literally, if my mama give my dad a list or I get Tony a list, we literally write down brands and ounces. I mean, it's just so simple.
But you're not telling us where it is in the store.
And you should know where it is in the store.
So we double check to make sure y'all wrote it down right.
Yeah, and what happens if it's not, if there's another one that's close to it?
I mean, but
plus, what happens if it's empty and we have to substitute something? So we have to call you because I got to substitute something. There wasn't any.
But I told mama. See, my mama. When I told mama, I said, "Mom, sending them into the store is gonna be a headache. We might as well just go ourselves." Nah, she wanted to make them do something. So she was like, "No, let them go to the store." I would have just went to the damn store myself. Whipped it right on through. Echo cancellation. Okay. I'm just saying. Mama wanted to. This shit is funny. But anyway, I thought I'd let y'all know that I'm laughing my ass off over here because.
Okay, I found the I found the payout.
The who?
The payout. Who got paid?
Oh yeah.
All right. So it was 3.9 million, but everybody had to get their cut from the
Mhm,
sale. You know, the people that
mhm,
sold it, the tax people, the whatever, all the
mhm.
different people, right? So
Right.
it was 3.9 million minus that. So the boat crash, Mallory Beach, the bulk of the proceeds, about 2.7 million, will go to Beach family, as
Mhm,
well as two survivors of the crash. Another boat crash survivor will receive $100,000, while Buster uh, Murdoch will receive $530,000, and
mhm.
$300,000 in additional funds will go to settle a settlement fund for creditors and financial victims of Alex Murdoch, among other payments to creditors and to cover legal fees.
Wow.
So remember,
It,
he had that big. I mean, he owed like 4 million just to those two guys. I only
exactly.
I only see 300,000 being put aside for them.
Right. And that's
They
why I
got
say nothing near what he needs to cover. Nothing near it. And then he tried to take away from that because remember he kept telling his brother to go get shit. Go get shit before they try to sell it. Remember when he was locked up with those jailhouse calls we listened to?
yeah.
He was basically telling his brother to put ownership on certain shit.
So they had all their property laid out in the front yard, right, and sold it like a big a big
Wow.
tag sale.
Pretty much what Kim Zolciak is doing. Oh
Yeah.
gosh.
Fuck that bitch. I hate that bitch. Yeti Cup. Yeti Cup, which typically sells for $35, was bought for
Uh-huh.
400. Was bought for $400. So
Wow.
A Yeti Cup owned by the Murdoch family sold for 400 $400, right? A sofa set for $30,000, while
Shit.
a pair of Longhorns that hung on the wall sold for $10,000.
Shit. No. I'm sorry.
So
No, no, no ham, no burger. No.
so
Go ahead. Go ahead.
that money will go to the victims of Alex Murdoch. Uh, in their life were wrong. The buyer, Philip Jennings, told the
Mm-hmm.
publication.
Mm-hmm.
So all that money was put into settling his debts.
Right. Who that was that asked me? Hold on. Uh hold on, y'all. Let me see. I was trying to go back to y'all comments. Um Miss Ann, we cooking. Okay, so let me explain. We cooking because not last weekend, but the weekend before. Well, yeah, the weekend of my mom's birthday. The weekend of my mom's birthday, which was last weekend. Yeah. So we did the barbecue thing. We barbecued by the pool and stuff like that. So we had the baked beans and the corn on the cob and salad and meats and stuff like that. So for Mother's Day we doing okay, let me think. We doing baked chicken leg quarters, roast, smoked turkey wings. I want to do a hen, but I'm not for sure because we already got three meats. I just want a damn hen because we had one for Thanksgiving and Christmas and the neighbor was good. But I don't know about the hens yet. But it's baked chicken, baked leg quarters, um, two roast, and smoked turkey wings. Collard and mustard greens, macaroni and cheese, potato salad, dressing, and we have a peach cobbler and banana pudding for dessert. So that's what we having for Sunday, y'all. I can't wait. I'm ready. I'm gonna be a pig. I've been literally not eating this week because I'm gonna be a
And,
pig on Sunday.
and you expected two men to go get that stuff? Trey, help me out here. You expected two men to buy all of that stuff.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me explain though. Okay, so daddy. So daddy was in charge of the meats. Okay, he was in charge of the meats, the drinks, and Tony was in charge of the side stuff and the desserts, the stuff for the desserts. I mean, it shouldn't be hard.
You named off a
But
22-course meal.
okay, but the
Just
thing
say that.
about it is,
A 20
but the thing,
course
but
meal.
the thing about it is, I told Mama, listen, see, you preaching to the choir, cause I told Mama, I said, Mom, I said, now you sending these men out on this scavenger hunt today, which is today Friday, and tomorrow you and I gonna still have to go to the store. Something's not gonna be got. Or the wrong thing. Cause see, one thing about my mama, she don't do no off brands. Everything she uses in her cooking is some type of name brand or whatever. Me, I'm a great value girl. Walmart brand. I can do some, not for everything, only some things. Not for everything. I can do great value on some things. Mama don't play that.
So
Mama don't play that.
Mama wants Crisco, not Chris Khan.
Hell no. She don't.
Oh.
No, she don't want that. She want my mama don't do off brand stuff, y'all. I told you the lady is a diva. She's bougie. She don't do off brand stuff. So some not gonna get got. Some gonna be wrong. I already know it. We still gonna end up going to the store tomorrow. I'm just saying. But it's all good. She wanted to laugh at them.
Okay, don't act like you don't forget things too.
No, sir. I always have a list. I do not walk in anybody's store without a list. Never, ever,
Okay.
ever.
Trey, are you
If
believing
I'm
this,
getting
Trey?
if I'm getting over 5 items, I got a list.
So you're telling me that you don't call Tony when he's out and tell him, "Hey, I forgot to pick this up. Can you get this for me?"
No, because I'm the one that makes the list for Tony to go to the store. See, I know what I want. I know what I need. I make a list. I'm the one that makes the list.
And you don't
So
call it. You don't call him back and say, "Hey, I forgot to add this to the list. Can you add this
when I'm on
to the
live
list?"
and Tony Lee decides to go to the store, who calls who?
See, Trey just said you lying.
I always think I'm lying because he be trying to take up for Tony. He think I be trying to take up. He be trying to take up for Tony. I'm telling you, y'all just don't know me. I know I am. I know. Okay, I can admit that shit. Tony will tell you it drives him nuts
Well, first off, why are you sending men to 3 different stores?
because they wanted to. They wanted to do something that would feel like they was doing something for Mother's Day. See, for Mother's Day, we ain't supposed to be doing shit. We ain't supposed to be cooking. We ain't supposed to be shopping. We supposed to be relaxing, chillaxing. Everything's supposed to be brought to us. But let me tell you what that means for my daddy, which me and Mama wasn't having. Let me tell you what me and Mama and my sister and my daughters, because we all celebrate Mother's Day, what making us comfortable look like to my daddy and Tony. Ordering from a restaurant. Ordering everything from a restaurant. We don't want that. We don't want that. Who wants restaurant food on Mother's Day? You got to have that food that you put love into. And the only thing Dad and them will be able to do, if it was left up to Tony and Daddy to cook for Mother's Day, like cook the whole meal, you know what we'll have? We'll have a bunch of good grilled meat, but that's it. But them sides, I don't know about them.
Because a man driving down the road and somebody has a sign out that says elk butt for sale. He's pulling up elk butt. Elk butt. Oh man, how much for that elk butt? Look, we done.
I'm telling you.
We done. One elk butt. Feed the whole family. Whole family.
$1.99 a pound.
Yeah, there you go.
My mama said my dad called her from the farmer's market. She said he called her from the farmer's market.
That's fresh.
Oh my daddy. Tony and my dad go to. They like the farmer's market. They go to the farmer's market. We love the farmer's market. Yes, fresh.
The farmer's market used to be great, but then it got very commercial. You
It
know,
is very commercial, compared to what it used to be. It is.
it used to be,
It
you
is.
know, old men just back their truck up with their shit in it. Now there's coolers down there, big trucks with cool. I'm like, come on now. What happened to the little guy that had his farm and he came down there to
I like the
sell some
greens
peas?
and the peas and the oh, they have greens, peas, okra, squash. They have all that stuff, and it be the bomb. It be the bomb.
You can go down there, the man, a slice of tomato for you. You go try it out. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Here's some green beans. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, ain't even got no samples out anymore. You touch it, you buy it.
Oh,
What
you
the
be
hell?
wanting the sample?
Well,
Oh my
we
God.
we volunteer,
Um,
but we want to do it. You telling us what you want. That's not part of the deal. We gonna make us let me go get daddy, and me and daddy gonna get together and figure out what we gonna cook. And then all of a sudden you gonna tell me, no, you gonna cook.
no, because they're not gonna
You
get
gonna
together to figure. No,
you
they're
gonna
not
cook
gonna get together to
this.
figure out what they're gonna cook. They're gonna order a big ass layout from a restaurant. Don't nobody want that shit. That restaurant food is hit or miss, man. I'm telling you,
No.
especially
Okay.
when it's an occasion like Mother's Day where other people are ordering. That shit is not right. No,
So
we don't want
well,
that.
look, Tony, is your daddy listening? 'Cause Tony and your daddy listen. You send them out to get their nails done, and then you go by the store, the restaurant. You pick it up and you take it out of the containers and put it in different containers, and then you throw all kinds of shit all over the
Hell
kitchen.
no, we don't
Just
know the difference, D Truth. You
throw
can't get over on us
throw
like that.
throw powder and breadcrumbs and just all kinds of stuff all over the kitchen and go, whoa, man, it took us all day to cook this stuff.
No,
Oh man,
no,
it's done. It's on the table.
we'll know the difference.
How you gonna know the
We'll
difference?
know the difference, sir. I'm
You
sorry,
got
that's not gonna work for us.
you're not gonna
It's not
you're
gonna
not
work.
gonna
It's
know.
not gonna work. I'm telling you, not with me and my mama. Mm-mm. Yeah, ebooks they do suck. They overcrowded and they suck on Mother's Day. Yes, they
Then you
do.
gotta then you gotta burn the takeout. Don't throw it in the trash. You gotta burn it. You have to burn it. You have to take it, put it in a pile in a big can, and burn it. So there's no evidence that you bought this from a restaurant.
Mm-hmm. You don't listen. We don't have to see the containers to know it's from a restaurant. Believe me. Believe me. No, we don't. You can burn them damn containers all you want, but when we go to tasting that food, we gonna know. Mm-mm.
Trey,
I'm
what did you
telling
do
you,
to E Brooks? What did you do to E Brooks? She wants to
they
throw you in
having
the
it
lake.
out, baby. They are scuffling. They
She
really
wants to.
scuffling.
She wants to throw. Yeah, you know what? I could buy it.
She's
Okay.
toxic. She is toxic. I thought she was talking about doing something freaky. She talking about killing me.
Yes, she want to throw you in the lake with weights on.
Yeah, I said, I got confused right there. I was like, oh, well, this took a turn.
Y'all
And
crazy.
but even if you buy Kentucky Fried Chicken, you can say, "Hey, I watched the YouTube video on how to make Kentucky Fried Chicken."
Child, bye.
They
Let
have
me
it.
tell you something. Ain't nothing you can tell us about no KFC chicken, no Church's chicken, no Popeyes here. We know what it is. Because churches try to pull, churches when you go to repasses and stuff, they try to pull that shit out. When you get those dinners, nah, you got this from churches, or you got this from KFC, or you got this from Popeyes. Ain't nobody fried this in their kitchen with the old chicken grease. We know what this is.
So you know how you fool people, right? You get the fat lady with the big arms, put a hairnet on her, throw some flour in her face, dirty her up, and just have her standing
See,
there
no.
by the fire. You just gotta just stand there. That's all you gotta do. And
No.
every time somebody walk by, you go, "Whoa, man, y'all need more chicken out there? You need more chicken out there?"
No, it's not. No, 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 no,
And
no.
then you open up another box. Whoa, we got another fresh box coming out. fresh,
Yeah,
fresh,
fun. If
fresh,
you make
fresh.
reservations at restaurants, it's not bad. But me, we just like home cooked food fun. Like my daddy, Tony, we just like home cooked meals. And that, like I say, Tony and Dad are just order some shit because they so called don't want us to work hard, but we're rather just get in there and cook that meal. just to know we're gonna enjoy it. You got to know you're gonna enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Hmm. I don't mind. I do it. I do it knowing that that food gonna be good. You ain't got to worry about what you're gonna get. Mm-mm. I had no. Mm-mm. Cause like I say, when it's a holiday or something like Mother's Day or whatever, them folks be slacking. They be taking all those orders. I'm talking about the place here that my daddy orders from. They take all those orders. It be overwhelming. It gets overwhelming. They just go to slacking on the food. Ain't nobody got time for that. Mm-mm. But anywho, that was a good little commercial break, y'all. Um, churches
I
is too expensive now. What's that, Detroit? What the hell is that? Oh, the
th-
phone time
yeah,
now. Okay.
this is the actual diagram of the phone.
Mhm.
So I know a lot of you can't see that and you wouldn't be able to read it, but this is their actual minute by minute breakdown of
Mhm.
Paul's phone and Maggie's phone.
Oh wow, that's a lot. Oh.
See where it says prosecutor says she died at 8:50.
Power on. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. That's the Bluetooth. I'm gonna have to cut it back on. Go ahead, Detroit.
So would you like me to read some of these or no?
You can. Go ahead. We got time. Trey ain't doing shit today.
I know you just blew getting off here and away. You know, only had a couple more minutes to go. So, with that being said, let's blow this up just a little bit. Here we go. So it says, oh no, too much. It says Paul arrives. Oh, let me get rid of that. I need to pick up each individual one so I could see it better. All right. So this is Paul's phone. It says
Mhm.
Paul arrived home in the afternoon and hit his father, spent at least 1 hour riding around in an ATV, right?
Mhm.
Uh, 6:44 location data entries with GPS coordinates were recording every few seconds related to Snapchat. 6:54, 50 steps recorded. 7:35, 171 steps recorded. 7:25, 139. 7:14, 208. 7:45, 89. 8:15. Now we're getting around the time of the murder.
Mhm.
140 steps recorded. Now notice you don't see like 1,000 steps because that's about what it would take for him to walk
Mhm.
from the house to the kennels.
Mhm.
Doesn't say that. It says 7:45, 89 steps, 140 steps at 8:15.
Mhm.
8:29, incoming text from Paul's friend Megan Kimball. You didn't send me any movie recommendations. 8:29, he reads the text. 8:29, outgoing text. I didn't have a good one. 8:29, outgoing text. Reagan wills might. Incoming text from Megan. Oh my God. 8:30
Yeah, he
text from
spent. Hold
Megan.
on, Detroit, Miss Ann. Yeah, he spent time with Paul before he killed him. They rode around the property. What they were doing, Detroit? Like how he rode around on the A.
Yeah, he remember he
Yeah.
said he was riding around the ATV looking at the sunflowers
Mhm.
and,
Mhm.
and things like that. So now at 8:32, 283 steps recorded.
Mhm.
8:32, a call was rejected. Outgoing text, no time given. Haha, just kidding.
Mhm.
8:40, outgoing call from Rogan answered and lasted 4 minutes.
Mhm.
8:42, last steps recorded on Paul's phone. 8:44, FaceTime with Rogan ends. Last call activity on Paul's phone.
Mhm.
8:44, outgoing FaceTime to Rogan. Camera turned on. Location near Red Roof Building on Moselle Road. that's inside the property facing the camera turned on, and I guess they saw the roof of that building across from the kennel. Okay, 8:45, 47, camera turns on for around 50 seconds, recording the video of the Labrador's tail in the kennel. 3 voices are heard on the footage. So, according to the video, there's 3 people at the kennel.
Mayor, I got a question, Mayor. Who the fuck made these flow charts?
I don't know.
They made them for evidence, for court. It's people that do this shit.
These flow charts are hard to go. So here, 8:45, the 50-second video showing the dog's tail, right? 8:48, text to Megan, Star is Born is the movie. The last text Paul sends from his phone. 8:48, no, I need something happy. 8:48, text to Mrs. Don't like watching sad movies. 8:48, both texts from Megan, but no further activity on the phone. 8:49, incoming text from Rogan. See if you can get a good picture of it. Marianne wants to send it to girls who knows that's a vet. Get him to sit and stay. He shouldn't move around too much. Unread. So this was not opened or looked at by him. 8:49, Paul's battery is at 2%, but this will not have prevented him from reading the text. 9:59, text from Rogan, yo, unread. Prosecution says he died at 8:50. Okay, now there's Maggie's phone, which is very similar to this. Okay, arrives at home around 8:15. 8:17, Maggie's phone is unplugged. 38 steps, 40 steps at 8:30. 8:31, Maggie reads text John Marvin to group. I plan to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go? 8:31, receives text, doesn't read until later. 8:49. So from 8:31 to 8:49, there's no nothing on her phone. Display on, could be notifications or someone picking up the phone. 8:49, device unlocked. 8:49, 29, 2 text messages in group chat read on Maggie's phone. 8:49, device locks until the next day at 1:10. Prosecutors say she died at 8:50 also. 8:53, display on. 8:53:15, 59 steps on Maggie's phone. 8:54, end time for orientation change from portrait. 8:54, change to portrait, phone is picked up. 8:54, camera activates for 1 second, appears phone is attempting to unlock with Face ID, not successful. Would have unlocked if it were Maggie trying to unlock it. 8:54, changes to landscape. 8:54:44, to portrait. 9 o'clock, activity shows steps and distance traveled. 9:06, change to portrait, phone is lifted. 9:06, missed call from Alex. 9:06, stopped recording portrait mode. 9:06:51, missed call from Alex. 9:07, display on and off. 9:08, incoming text message from Alex, going to check on M, be right back, unread. 9:31, display goes on, reason unknown. 9:34, text message from Rogan, tell Paul to call me, unread. 9:45, missed call from Alex. 10:03, missed call from Alex. 9:47, text from Alex to Maggie, call me babe, unread. I don't know why they didn't put that before the 10:03.
Mm-hmm.
But Maggie's phone was moved from the crime scene around 8:50
She was gone right then.
and thrown out of the car around that same time.
Mm-hmm.
And it says it stops recording portrait mode at 9:06. Well, guess what time Alex had started his car?
What time?
9:06.
Wow. Wow.
That's the time they say Alex started his car from his home. Is at
Mm-hmm.
9:06. He doesn't start moving until 9:11. And you notice here all the missed calls.
Mm-hmm.
At 9 o'clock to 9:02 shows activity and steps and distance traveled.
Mm-hmm.
9:06 is when he gets in his car and starts it up, and it records portrait mode as if someone has it in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
9:06 changed to portrait mode, and it's actually sitting. I guess he lays it on the seat.
Okay, Nisa Pooh. Thank you. Have a good day at work.
And at 9:31, display comes on, reason unknown. That's when he threw it into the grass.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I keep trying to tell these people you can't get what you can listen. You can't get rid of these cameras they got everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get rid of this technology as far as these phones. They even got to when the man crunk his damn car up, y'all. You can't rid of this. You cannot get past this technology
And
today.
all those coincide with him starting his car, and the fact that he starts his car but doesn't move. He doesn't put it into drive. I actually
Right.
have the computer printout of his car.
Mm-hmm.
I think I sent that to you too.
Child, you probably did. I get so much stuff.
I know we always hear about that.
I be trying to open it up though, especially when y'all put them, because you will put in the subject what it is. So
Yeah,
I be trying to look.
if I don't, you won't look at it. Hold on, I'm gonna put the
Breaking news, and I don't know. I'm still debating on whether or not we're gonna cover this trial, y'all. But breaking news: a jury finds Lori Vallow DeBelle guilty of murdering her two minor children, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, and conspiracy in the murder of Tammy DeBelle.
that is
So the
that
cult mom has been found guilty.
yeah, that's the cult mom.
She's been found guilty, y'all, on all charges, and I knew that was gonna happen. And I ain't watched not now day of the trial, but I just knew it was gonna happen. So I'm really going back and forth with whether or not we're gonna get into that trial. Y'all can let me know via email in the chat or whatever if y'all want to. You watching that too, Tamara? Yeah, they just found her guilty, so um that's demonic. All this killing is demonic, but for this guy to kill his son and his wife, but this woman here, she's truly demonic, like bad. So yeah, let me send that to my watch later. It's on Court TV. Yeah, she crazy, Tamara. Yeah, yeah.
So you guys wouldn't be able to read these if I put them on the screen anyway. But I could read them out. And just remember what I was just talking about. All the remember I was talking about the cell phone moving and things like that.
Mhm.
So here's his car log. So what they did is they got the computer out of his car, and basically took all the computer data from his car. The computer says at 9:03 system boots up. The system boots up when you open the door.
Not when you crank it, but when you open the door.
You open the door, the computer boots up and shows the display on the dashboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
At 9:06, the car fires up. Remember that? 9:06. 9:06:50 taken out of park. Says he went to visit his mother around 15-minute drive from Moselle. 9:22, the car stops. So if you remember the whole thing about her phone when it stopped moving was at 9:34.
Right.
So
okay.
he throws it at, because remember it turns on for some reason, as if someone picks it up. Let me remember exactly when did it move for the last time. So at 9:31, the display comes on, reason unknown.
Hey Trey Love, be safe, girl. Be safe. Thanks for dropping in. Go ahead, D-Truth. I'm sorry.
So from 9:06 to 9:22, the car goes back into park. At 9:43, it's taken out of park. 9:44:09 back into park. Data does not show if car is moving. 9:44 taken out of park again. Car out of park for 16 minutes. That's the time it takes for him to drive from his mother's house back to his estate. Okay.
So how far? So how far is the parents' house from his house?
15-minute drive.
15. Okay.
So 9:22 to 9:43.
Candy corn.
So at 9:43, it doesn't show if the car is moving,
Mm-hmm.
but it's 9:20, 21 minutes it takes him to go from his house to his estate.
Okay.
9:43, taken out of, so 21 minutes back into park at 9:22, 9:43 out of park.
Gotcha.
9:43 back into park, doesn't know if car is moving. 9:44 taken out of park, car out of park for 16 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
At 10 p.m., it's back into park.
What?
So
Okay.
he threw the phone out of the car between 9:22 and 9:43 because it just shows whether you're in park or out of park. It doesn't show anything else. So on his way home, he slows down and he throws Maggie's phone out the window.
So wait a minute. He took Maggie's phone with him?
Yes.
You know what? I dumb. Is he not on the episode of The World's Dumbest Criminals? Y'all remember that show?
Because
he needs to be on that shit.
They don't show a GPS marking, but they do show the phone moving.
My God, today.
Right? So now he's back in park at 10 p.m.
Right.
10:01 taken out of park. 10:01:29 back into park. 10:01 taken out of park. 10:01:43 back into park. 10:04 taken out of park. 10:05 back into park.
Okay. Listen. Why
he doesn't know what he doesn't know what he wants.
Why is he? But listen, was he trying to find? Was Maggie's phone like?
Maggie's phone's gone already. Maggie's phone is gone already. And I think.
But what I'm asking the truth is why for one thing, because see, we know that he left Paul's phone on him. So what I'm trying to figure out is why not only did he take Maggie's phone off of her, but he traveled with it.
Yes, he travels with it and then he tosses it out the car on the
If
way
that
back
makes sense to me.
from his mother's house, because it wouldn't have, if it was just laying in the grass, it wouldn't turn itself on. You see
That's
what I'm saying?
crazy. Yeah. Okay.
He
Okay.
picks it up to throw it out of the car, but he never stops because he cannot stop. If he stops, it's going to show that he stopped for some reason and
Mm-hmm.
pulled over, or he stops for some reason in his drive to his mother's house. He stops. He has to
Mm-hmm.
slow himself down and then toss the phone out the window and then keep
Mm-hmm.
going, because it takes 21 minutes to get back to his house, where it only took 15 to go to his mother's house.
Mm-hmm.
But it took 21 minutes to get back to his house from his mother's house.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the extra 5 minutes?
Child.
Why did it take you an extra 5 minutes to go back to your mother's house when it only took you 15 to get to your mother's house?
Wow.
Right. But here's so 10:01 back into park, 10:01 take it, 10:01:30 taken out of park, 10:01:43 back to park, 10:04 taken out of park, 10:05 back into park. Murdoch calls 911 at 10:07.
Mm-hmm.
10:11
Papa.
taken. So
I'm sorry. Calling
at,
Keyshawn. Let me mute.
yeah, at 10:11 it's taken out of park again. 10:12 back into park. 10:13 taken out of park. No log noted indicating whether the car went back into park. Sometimes the system stops recording. So basically, after he made the 911 call, he started fumbling and moving the car around again. I believe he was making tracks. I think he was moving around the property to show that a lot of cars were here, more than just his car. And that's just what I'm observing by all the in and out of park. I don't know what you guys feel. I don't know, Trey, how do you feel about in and out of park in less than 30-second spans?
It's kind of it's weird.
It is like he's nervous, like he's trying to think, what can I do? Oh man, should I park the car here or should I park the car over there? Oh, should I move? Should I be here? Should I not be here? What will they
Like,
think if I'm here?
why not just sit there with your foot on the gas and the car still in drive?
I don't know, but the computer acknowledges that he kept putting the car in park and taking it out of park, putting it in park.
I don't know what the hell to do.
Yeah, I that's what I believe. I think he didn't know what to do. He was worried. What should I do?
Freaking the heck out.
Yeah. He's overthinking it. That was, I think he was overthinking it. Well, if I put the car right here, what will they think? And he's thinking about, okay, let me move it over here. So it's strange. But again, the biggest thing to me is there's a 5-minute difference from driving to his mother's house to driving back to his house. It only took 15 minutes to get to his mother's house, but it took him 21 minutes to get back to his house.
Okay, so let me be clear because I remember what you said about the extra 5 minutes. So where do you factor in the extra 5 minutes?
He slowed down. And
Okay, gotcha.
He was looking for a spot to throw Maggie's phone.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Let me see. Where was Maggie's phone found? They said Maggie's
It was
phone
on the side of the road, not too far from the house, but it was en route to the parents' house.
It was on the same road en route to his parents' house.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to find it an exact location, how far it was.
Mm-hmm.
Maggie Murdoch's phone location. Okay. However, was in charge of locating Maggie's phone, which was found using the Find My iPhone app on her son Buster's phone. Her cell was found on the side of Moselle Road.
Mm-hmm.
Hightower also downloaded information from Alex's phone and said he noticed some things didn't line up.
Mm-hmm.
And so she was found on Moselle Road.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where is Moselle Road compared to the Murdoch murders? Didn't.
He went through her phone, but he couldn't get in Paul's phone. So
But again, he
he was
tried
able
to
to access Maggie's phone.
they actually said they opened it up. So they said they were able to open it up, but I
Mm-hmm.
believe Paul's had an ID on it. And at one time, didn't they say uh, he tried to open it up using facial recognition and it wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
open?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But to be, I ain't even trying to figure this man's mentality out of his mind thought because he has none. Like he was just so desperate to do what he did. I don't think he thought this out at all. Not enough. All right, let's try to listen to some more Croft. I want to get rid of Croft. And it's we at 317. I'm willing to go to 4, but I want to get through with Croft, okay? And then we'll come back. We'll come back and talk some more. Yeah, he said he knew her password. Okay. But so that's why he traveled with her phone because he couldn't get in pause. And let me tell you something. Had he gotten in pause, he may have gotten rid of that damn video, y'all. The truth, I agree. The movement, I can't say much. A guy just did referencing this case with his lady, took her vehicle and sell, but was on the run days. She expired as of now, but was able to form police. Oh wow. Okay.
I think he would have erased that video had he gotten
That's what I
into
just said.
Paul's.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that if he had gotten access to Paul's phone, that video wouldn't exist. Cause
Yeah.
listen, let's just be clear. Like I said in my previous live, I don't think it was hard for him to realize or recognize that Paul was videoing. He just didn't know what was on the video. So he absolutely knows that there was a video. He just didn't know what was on it. If he was able to access Paul's phone, he probably got that phone and got rid of that video.
Well,
Hmm.
he couldn't if Paul had the facial recognition on. That wasn't Paul's face anymore.
You right. That's what I'm saying.
Well, facial recognition can be done with pictures and shit.
Wait, what? I couldn't hear you.
To unlocking phones, you can use the picture of someone to do it. I know the female figure out all this stuff.
Okay, but I don't think he was thinking that clearly at that point.
Hell no. He probably
I wasn't
didn't
gonna
even
put
know
him
that
in
with his
the
old age. He
I
probably didn't
wasn't
even
gonna
know
put him in the
that.
I just remember, like, yeah, I remember motherfuckers holding my phone to my face while I was shooting photos, trying to unlock phone. I just had PTSD.
I was the Echo. It's probably on Trey. I think Trey is mobile, but I'm not sure. Let me check mine. Hold on. Let's see. Echo cancellation. Oh, let
It
me
was
turn it
probably
on.
been
we sat down, we ate supper, which we usually supper together.
Isn't that the Hebrew?
The one thing I remember, I don't know how much detail y'all want, so if I start talking about something that you don't need, just tell me and I'll move to something else.
The more detail, the better. Sir.
So Paul has been having high blood pressure, and his mama was worried sick about it. So we were actually, this was a direct thing, getting him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
We hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But it could be anyway, I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
What did he tell you he did after Maggie and Paul went to the kennels?
He stayed in the house.
I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down from you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting phones so we can nail down the times and everything.
So I left, I drove. I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy. I was certain that I heard them pull up. I was positive that I heard, and people don't just come out there. We don't get like pastoring. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
Okay.
Brenda told you that he thought he heard somebody pull up, but they didn't?
Yes, sir.
And that was before, according to him, he left the house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, if you
wait a minute, he said he thought he heard somebody pull up. Is that what they just said?
He's saying that he's not sure, but he said he heard someone pulling up to the house as he was as when he woke up.
Okay, if somebody pulling up to your house, if your son and your wife is already there, I don't know if he was looking for Buster or not, but if you leaving and you think somebody's pulling up to your house, wouldn't you check that out?
Well, he also said in the next breath, nobody ever comes out there.
Right.
So he's saying, I assume it was Maggie and Paul. So that they did confirm what I said. Here's another. The data handed over by General Motors just last week shows the disgraced legal dynasty heir left the family home in his 2021 Chevy Suburban at 9:07 on the night of June 7th, just minutes after he allegedly shot and killed his wife. 1 minute later, while driving at a speed of 42 miles an hour, his car passed the very spot along Moselle Road where Maggie's cell phone was recovered from the shrubbery the next day. After passing that spot, his car then picked up speeds, reaching 52 mile an hour just 1 minute later at 9:09 p.m. Continue to go at a high speed all the way to his mother's house.
Hey,
Now,
Flexi.
I don't remember what happened on Maggie's at 9:09. Hey, Flexi. 9:09.
Hey, y'all.
Okay.
Hey, panel. Hey, Chad.
Oh, okay.
How y'all doing?
9:06, 9:06, 9:06, 9:07. 9:08. So at 9:07, the display's on and off. So they say so I guess he picked it up and the light turned on the phone. And then at 9:07, it is when he was at 42 miles an hour.
Right.
It's showing that he slowed down at 9:07. Right at the spot.
They go to throwing out the phone. They go to throwing out the phone.
Yes, and it says right here, at 9:07 he left the property. Just minutes after he allegedly shot, 1 minute later, while driving at 42 miles an hour, his car passed the very spot along Moselle Road where Maggie's cell phone was recovered from the shrubbery. After passing that spot, his car then picked up speed, reaching 52 miles an hour just 1 minute later at 9:09, and continued to go at a high speed all the way to his mother's house. So they placed him right at the spot, going at 42 miles an hour. And then moments later, he speeds up and goes all the way to his mother's house at a high rate of speed. I mean, if it's circumstantial evidence.
Did Flexi speak? I didn't hear, but y'all know I be on the delay.
Say polka dot Flexi.
Hey, y'all.
What you doing over there, girl? You done did a little work today?
Girl, I working too much. Shit. Yeah.
Girl, listen. Listen, this is the first damn Murdoch trial live that I think I done went over maybe 3 hours. This shit is getting good. It's getting good, Felicia. And I saw y'all in the chat saying y'all wanted me to do that cult mom live. I guess not live, but trial.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, she's guilty, very guilty, and they found her guilty. I think I might do that next, y'all. I got an announcement to make about some other stuff, but I'll wait till the night to do that. So
yeah, because I got one I want to do
live?
on that dude in Oklahoma. That sick bastard.
Which one, Flex? Which one?
The one that happened like 3 weeks ago. Was it like 3 weeks ago?
Which one?
Probably. I forgot the dude's name. It's the Henrietta, Oklahoma, where he killed. He was a sex offender, and he.
Oh
killed
yes, and I mentioned that. I mentioned that, but they found the 7 bodies on the property, and because they were looking for 2 girls. Yeah. I looked into that a little bit. Let me know when you.
Yeah, and they didn't confiscate. They never did retrieve any evidence from the crime scene and none of that. And it took one of the parents to record and go off on the police, the sheriff. I think that was the sheriff that came after they called him. And they found cell phones. They found all kind of shit laying around their house. Like, it was just...
Oh, yeah, you told me about that one.
Yeah,
Candy said that's the one she sent me. Okay, Candy, Flexi on it, girl. Flexi is on it.
Yeah, he was a convicted sex offender, and he missed the court date. That's what sent them out there. It's because he had missed the court.
He killed. He was supposed to show up that following Monday, but he had already killed himself and everybody else. And what I don't understand is why did they release him if he was caught with a cell phone with underage girls' nude pictures in it? Like, why did they even release him from the prison anyway?
And he's
like,
a sex
it's just
offender.
all kinds of
He was already registered.
Yeah, he was already registered.
But that's what made him go out there was because he didn't show up, and that's when they went to the property. That's when they found the 7 bodies and evidence that links him to all. Because he was one of them, so I think it's 6 bodies, or was it 7 plus him? I have to look.
Yeah,
but
yeah, it was 6 plus him. They got 7.
Yeah, and those 2 girls been missing for what, 3 weeks or something like that. And the families are poking around.
Well, no, because one parent, she was saying that she messaged her daughter to see what time she was coming home, and she think it was him that lied to her because of Sunday they were supposed to come back home. They went over there for the weekend because they were supposed to be going to the ranch house or something like that, and they noticed something was strange. And when the girl didn't come home, that's when they, reported them missing. And he actually was trying to get more girls to spend the weekend, but those 2 are the only ones that came. And he planned that. He planned the whole thing. One of the parents said they found out, from the sheriff that he planned the whole thing. Yep. Sad. That's why I'm like, that people didn't understand why I was so leery on letting my kids go stay the night at other. If I can't talk to the parents, then you can't go. And then too, they talked to him. The parents still talked to him, and they had no clue that he was a sex offender. They had no clue. And he paid, and the guy paid a young girl to come talk to his wife. But like she was the girl that he, the reason why he went to jail. Yeah, to fool the wife and say no, it wasn't no crime. It was a misunderstanding and all that. Come find out he paid some girl to pretend to be the girl that really got him locked up. And and the wife mother is the one that said,
I'm on mute for a minute, y'all. I'll be right back.
Okay, the wife mother is the one that said her husband came home and he was kind of curious about one of his co-workers. So he was looking up the co-worker, and that's when he seen, the guy that her daughter was married to was on that sex offender list. So she called her daughter and asked her about it and said, oh no, I talked to the girl. She said it was a misunderstanding, not knowing that he had paid someone to come lie to her. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot to this shit. It's a sick crime scene. Two of the girls I think they said 2 kids tried to get away, but he hunted them down and, around, because that's a lot of land that house is on. It's a lot of land. Yeah, it's a lot of land.
And then there's a lot of forest around there too. And
they said that he hunted them down. Yeah, and killed them. So it's sad. It's sad. Yeah.
Well, they say the worst ones are the ones that are caught, and then they let them out. They learn from their first crimes. They learn that you can't leave witnesses. Witnesses will get you locked up.
Well, he blamed he was still messaging the underage girl when he got out, and she turned the messages over to the sheriff department, and they saw where he was texting her saying, I got a job so I can live this life with you. And then I guess the weekend that, when he did all these killings, he texted the girl and told her, see what you did. This is now on you, trying to blame her for killing other people and taking himself out because he couldn't be with her. He was sick. He was sick.
They should have locked him up as soon as he texted her, because that's one of
they shouldn't have even let him out. He was caught in the jail with her pictures. That's the sick thing. Like, why did y'all let this man out? And I was really upset at how the sheriff you know, how he handled things when the parent caught when the landlord let the parents of the missing girls come back to retrieve, see if anything was left in that house of their kids. They went in there and found all these computers, all these cell phones, all these sex toys, all these drugs, all this shit. And then they called the sheriff back. He comes in and it's a recording where one of the parent was upset and the sheriff said, well, what do you expect us to do? What do you think is going to happen? What do you expect us to do? Like we can't do shit. You know what I'm saying? Like the parent said, my daughter was raped and killed in this house. And you telling me you can't do nothing? He said, what if there's more victims out there that y'all don't know about? That would, you know, I'm like, that's the proper thing to do. You were supposed to confiscate all this shit.
I wouldn't have told
That's
nobody.
what pissed me off.
I wouldn't have told nobody.
It's crazy.
I wouldn't have said nothing to nobody. I wouldn't have went to the cops. I wouldn't have went to nobody. But trust me, he got his judgment.
Well, you know, he wanted to put that police department on blast because they didn't do their job. So I think now the feds are involved in it. Because they're trying to see if he did have more victims. You never know if he had more bodies.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If he got it to the point where he was collecting things, he had more victims.
That's what serial killers do. They collect things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remember we spoke about that boy. They found his remains on the property. I'm telling you, that's not the only person on that property. It's too it was too easy for them to hide this, which tells me that there's more than just him out there.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
You could tell the first, you know, you could tell the first versus the second because it gets cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. And then when it gets to the point where they could hide stuff, they've done this before. They figured it out.
Yeah.
Well, D-True, tell me this. Why do you, because I see Candy put it in, and I was even wondering that too, Candy, because they were saying when he killed his victim, when he killed the six, the two girls that didn't belong to the family was shot once in the head. The wife kids was shot twice in the head, and he shot the wife 3 times in the head. Why do you, I mean, I was like, okay.
It's just like I'm asking about this dude. He shot his wife 2 times in the head. I'm like, damn. Yeah.
That's okay. Like,
it's actually that basically is anger. Okay. The first 4, which his family got it the worst, they were anger because, you know, they didn't help him. They were the ones asking too many questions, you know, and the other 4 were just, they were there, but his wife and them, he's blaming them for this. He's blaming when it's out of anger, you just keep shooting, and you just keep shooting. It doesn't matter where you shoot them, but you just keep shooting out of anger. I believe the other one,
I took it as it being personal too.
Yeah, very personal. Especially a lot of times they'll go, okay, there's one in the chest and then one in the head to make sure. But when they just they shoot a couple in the chest and a couple in the head, that's anger.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
That's anger. That's not anything, you know, that's personal. You know, just like when a woman shoots a man in the groin, that is personal.
Oh, yeah.
That is very, very
that's personal.
Personal. Same thing if a man shoots a woman in the groin. That's personal. That
you know, we
something.
actually had a case like that. We actually had a case like that, and it was so sad that the woman was shot down there like that. That was so sad.
Yeah, that's like that's the ultimate right there. That is the ultimate right there. You know, and then basically you're doing that to send a message.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing that to tell them this was personal. This wasn't, you know,
right.
It wasn't just random. This was personal. You know, there's a serial killer. The first woman serial killer that was ever captured, and she would cut their things off.
Mm.
She was a prostitute, and she was a lot lizard, and she would cut their things off.
Mm-mm.
And they and when they caught it, said it's personal. They deserved it.
Wow.
That's sad.
I tell you, I dove into the mind of serial killers for a long time.
I see. What do you think about the lady that killed I believe they just sentenced her. Damn, what's her name? But the boy last name was Stock.
You talking about the cult mama?
No, not the cult mom. This was another woman. They just sentenced her last week. Life in prison without parole. She killed. She was married to the guy, and she killed his son. I think the little boy was 10. I want to say 6. He was like 6. This happened back in, I think, 21 though, something like that, where she killed the son, and the dad had custody of the child, but a lot of people were saying she took it out on the son because the dad was cheating with another woman. Of course, that's what he did to the mom, and ended up marrying the lady that killed their child. But this was, I think it was in Florida.
Miss Rosa said Letitia Stock.
Yeah,
Letitia.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah, the stepmom killer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, that's another one I was looking at, y'all, to stream too as well.
Yeah, just like the other one with the girlfriend that chopped up the boyfriend daughter, and then went and set the remains on the mom's porch. They have a video.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
When you like people like that, they do these things because they know by me doing this, I hurt you more than me killing you.
Mm-hmm.
Understand? It's like when they go after people's pets. They know they love this pet so much, and that it will put them in so much distraught for me to string your dog up on your porch.
Okay, Cherokee. Thank you.
Okay, Cherokee. Have a good one.
You see what I'm saying? So they're doing things. So the stepchildren, they know that the parent loves that child. So instead of me going and making it easy on you and just killing you, I'm gonna kill what you love, and I'm gonna tear you to pieces by doing it. What's me? I mean, the best line I ever heard in a movie is The Equalizer, and he said, "Hey, the only thing I regret is I can't kill you twice."
Damn.
Because once it is, it's over. Once I do it, it's over. But I can terrorize you, and I can torment you, and I can make you live forever thinking about it's your fault. I did it because of you. And you gotta live with it. You gotta live with it for the rest of your life. Their lives are usually over. People like that usually don't ever make it to court.
Yeah, they don't.
Very few ever. People that do stuff like that, very few make it to court.
Yeah,
and if they do, they're so dead that their eyes are dead. They're so dead. They're just dead in their mind. They're not thinking anything. They got a dead stare. They're pretty much over at that point. But they knew exactly what they were doing. And they did it on purpose because they knew, I'm going to torture you for the rest of your life, because that man has to wake up and go, my son or my daughter was killed because she hated me, or I did something to her so wicked that she took what I loved out to torture me.
Yep, that's true. That's what a lot of them do it for, and it's sad. Their kids have nothing to do with it. It's sad.
Take it out and just take it out on the kids. It's some sick people, y'all. Sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Oh, my screen is timed out. My Bluetooth still on. Okay, y'all. Let's see if we can listen to.
Make your
Let's see if we can listen to some more Croft. Before we got like 15 minutes. Let's see. All right. Okay.
Pull up. What did it sound like?
You know, I can't tell you what it sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up, or that Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No. I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
You know, and
had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close. It wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, you know, there's a wild cat that lives around that house. I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car, but you know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know.
At this point, the defendant tells you something about a wildcat running. He wasn't sure if it was a person.
Yes, sir. That's what he says.
But I really don't think, you know, I'm just throwing that out there because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right.
That's totally fine.
I left. I drove to my mom's. I checked on my mom.
She lives right out here, correct?
She lives at Alameda. Checked on my mom. Talked with Shelly for a few minutes. You know.
Shelly is
the caregiver.
Okay.
And you know, I know that I called some people on the way there. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I know that I called Chris Wilson. I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few phone calls.
Okay.
And
where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives, or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time job with Wild Wings.
Okay.
Through January.
Gotcha.
You know, just
in the hell is Buster working at Wild Wings? They were broke. They were broke, y'all. I'm sorry. They were broke. Why the hell is Buster working at Wild Wings? Okay.
Kind of killing time. And he was in, his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam. So he had to be in Charlotte. So he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Can I open the door?
Yes, sir.
No sound.
I thought it was me. Don't win out or something. True.
When you went back to the kennels with Maggie and Paul, did anybody, any cars?
I didn't see anything right there, no, sir. You know, I saw Maggie and I saw Paul laying down. I knew, you know, I didn't know, you know, I knew it was bad. I went over there and, you know, I saw it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I called 911.
Okay. What made you decide to go back to the house and get a gun?
Yeah, I just think the whole scene had me freaked out.
Okay. Did you take your car back up there? Did you run up there?
No, I drove.
Okay.
How did Elliot Murdoch say he went back to the house after finding Maggie and Paul to supposedly go get a
drove?
And of course, the shotgun that we have is the one you brought back.
They were asking me earlier. I'm not sure which one it was.
Jim, it was a 12 gauge. I know, Ronnie had a question if it was 12 or 20. It was a 12 gauge.
It was that camo, though.
Yes, sir. I think it was the 12, Cameron Benelli.
I think so. But that's about all you got, Benelli, on there, right?
And we talked about this a little bit the other night too. I know Paul had been getting some threats and getting some being assaulted from, the boat. Who stands out in your mind, besides the boat incident, who stands out in your mind that would want to come after Paul and or Maggie?
I mean, sir, I can't think of anybody who would want to go to that extreme. I mean, he got a bunch of threats, mostly from, I mean, I have no idea.
How would he receive most of those threats?
What do you mean?
I mean, would people call and hang up on him, or send him texts, or
it wasn't
social
so much
media?
that. No, it was mostly like in-person confrontations are the ones that I learned about. Now, I suspect his friends can probably tell you about more, because I doubt Paul told me about all of them.
Okay.
But I knew about a lot of them. There were a lot of times where people would come up to him and he'd be like, they'd say something about, you gonna tell me who was driving that boat, or you little piece of shit, were you driving that boat? Stuff like that.
Okay.
There was no way for people to be confronting Paul about who was driving that boat. That don't even sound right. It was already established. It was people on that boat that survived. There was no purpose for anybody. Now he could have came up with something better than that, like you was driving that boat, I'm gonna kill your ass, or I'm gonna whoop your ass, or whatever. But asking who was driving the boat, that's crazy. Well,
Remember,
Paul was trying to put it off on the friend, though.
Yeah, remember they tried to get the friend to say he was driving.
Uh-huh.
Not Paul. That was what they were trying to do. That's what they were trying to do at the scene. They were trying to say, well, Paul wasn't driving, the other kid was driving.
Lying.
Who did you go to Charleston with on the boat that weekend?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I know who his buddies are, but specifically who was on the boat with him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I can give you a list of names of who it probably was.
So, Joe, I don't know if you want me to weigh in here and put your pins down, but a good buddy of mine's son went fishing with me yesterday out in the ocean, and he has a best friend, and his dad's name is Lee Chapman. But yeah, the kid said, Lee's son said that Paul slept on his couch in Charleston 2 nights before he was murdered. So it's Lee Chapman's son. I can give his name. You probably know Lee's son. I don't know, but he goes to Citadel, but that's where Paul went. Okay. I learned that yesterday out on the fishing trip, but I haven't spent it.
Cool. I mean, yes, sir. If you could get me Lee Chapman's son's contact information.
There was a bunch of Chapman cousins that Paul was very close with. The closest one being Wills Chapman and Frank Chapman.
Wills Chapman's his name, but I'll get your number for him.
Frank is John Chapman's son, and Wills is Lee Chapman's son.
Yeah, okay. That's where you are.
And those boys are, they're just really good boys and friends of Paul's.
And one of them is Wills with an S, right?
That's right.
And Wills goes to the Citadel. That you understand?
No, he's graduated from the And Frank was in the Citadel, but I think he had some kind of, academic troubles. But I'm telling you now, I can promise you that, those boys love Paul. Well, it's absolutely.
Well, I just want to talk to them about their weekend. And
sure.
Yeah.
I can tell you this, in riding around with Paul, he was his normal bright, he was a really great kid.
So being a dad myself, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul when you had to call him down and scold him or correct him? What was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
You know, irresponsibility. You know, he was ADHD. He was bad about jumping from, and he had so many wonderful qualities now, but he was bad about jumping from, he'd start this, maybe not quite finish it, do something else. And, you know, you'll find out from his friends, he had clothes strung out all over the state. He did that with clothes. He did that with guns. He did that with my boats. So.
Lost what?
He would misplace stuff. Leave stuff behind, right?
Yes, everywhere. I mean, he would go off for the weekend. Sometimes he wouldn't pack clothes because he's got clothes in somebody's house. I mean, Paul was one, he wouldn't understand how you go out, you know, you and a girl go out on a date. He liked the crowd.
Who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have a girlfriend right now.
Okay.
Last time I talked to him was like 2 weeks ago, although we texted, he was going to Greenville for a weekend. I mean, he had friends over there, girlfriend over there.
No, we had a family thing in Greenville, and he came up, Paul didn't play golf. He came up on Friday and stayed Saturday, and he left to go to Charleston. We were staying another day to play golf. My niece on my wife's side is having a baby, and we went out for that.
And you said on Monday Maggie had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. I know we talked about this on Monday. Do you recall the doctor that she went to, or for what the reason was?
Maggie had a couple little things going on, and I personally think she was going to see Dr. Bourdin, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I can find out specifically though. Her mom will know.
Okay.
Why the hell you don't know?
She and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
Yes.
Was that
with me?
With you? And what ball games?
Carolina Regional.
They didn't make it past those, did they?
No.
Paul was in Charleston, so he didn't hang out with y'all that weekend.
No, sir.
And what time did Maggie get back home Monday night?
It was after Paul and I had gone. She was not there when Paul and I left to go mess around.
Okay.
So, you know, it was sometime after that. So there was a point when, you know, she got back, we got back.
When y'all got back from riding around and messing around on the farm, was she home or?
Yes.
Okay.
The defendant told you that Maggie was home when they got back from riding around the property. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
So, and I don't believe she'd been home too long when.
And what's her car? That Mercedes that's out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's like 10 minutes before that recess, and maybe, I don't know if they're going to bring up another witness or resume with him, but it's like, no, it's gonna start cross-examination, I think. But anywho, I'm going to try to make it out. I'm going to try to listen out these 10 minutes just to get past this point, and then we're going to end it, okay? So that's why I'm just listening, not stopping. But what you're listening to is a recording of an interview that he did with the cops. And the lawyer is stopping hearing again to reiterate what they're saying in the recording.
And you said Bianca had prepared dinner that night.
Yeah, Blanca cooked dinner that night because Maggie cooks, you know, when the boys are home, or she tries to really for me, but she wasn't going to be there that day. So she had Blanca cook a meal.
How is your relationship with Maggie?
Very good. As good as it could possibly be. I mean, you know, we had our issues, but wonderful.
And I'm just trying to understand the family dynamic.
I understand you got to do what you got to do. I promise.
What was y'all's biggest arguments? What your biggest the things that y'all would argue about the most, what would they be over?
I mean, we really didn't argue, but the basic, I'd say really the only thing that caused any friction between us is she was always wanting us to go, and I love her in-laws. I mean, they're wonderful people. I love her to death. She was always wanting to go there, stay there a little longer than me and the boys wanted to stay. That was really, and it really, you know, she'd get ticked off.
Yeah. You mean her family? You said her in-laws. You mean her family?
I mean her
Hey,
family.
amazing. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Love you,
I mean, we
sis.
really didn't argue about much. They didn't have much to argue about. I mean, I'm sure there was an occasional thing that came up that we argued about, but I can't tell you what it is. I can't think of it.
Thank you, Tom.
Is that a cry? Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's him crying.
Oh, I thought it was a dog. I'm sorry.
I thought it was a bird.
Oh God. Okay.
I'm sorry. Hey, she was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. And she was a great mother.
What?
She, you know, she didn't work. And
I had a wonderful wife. I had a great wife.
Wait a minute. She didn't work.
She didn't have to work, is what he's trying to. She didn't have to work.
That's what he said.
She didn't have to work. I had a wonderful wife. Bitch was leaving me.
He putting on a good act. He putting on a good act. But it wasn't a very great one.
Slut whore wasn't even living with me, bitch. Oh, sorry. I'm just saying what he wanted to really say.
I'm sorry, this shit ain't funny because he's sick and sad, but it just came out of nowhere. D-Truth, you should have. Tamara, why you ain't warn me, girl? Shit.
She was gonna make sure she took care of me and the boys. And I mean, she did everything. She did absolutely everything. I'm sorry.
No, you have every right to do
I'm good. You go ahead.
That afternoon or during the time you and Paul were running.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go up to around the kennels or anything? Did y'all do anything?
Not surprised.
Toward the kennels?
I'm sure we did. You know, that's our main shop is, you know, right there. But, you know, we're normally in there for long times tinkering. And I will say that particular day, we did not tinker around there a bunch, you know?
When y'all rode around the farm, what were y'all in the truck or?
Well, we were actually in two trucks. We rode in one truck and then we rode in another truck some. One was the black one and one was the white one that was out there.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, sir.
You know, the other day when we were there, we came in and we were talking with John a little bit.
Sure.
And you obviously got a lot of, I say a lot, you said 20 or 25 weapons.
Yes, sir.
And do you know kind of what you got as far as any kind of, what kind of weapon you may have?
I'm pretty much, yes, sir.
I know you might not want them all. Can you kind of run down what you, tell us kind of what you have, what you got
that I own or that's in there now?
That you own.
All right, that I own.
In there, wherever they're at.
And, I mean, Paul has guns scattered all over the place. So, some of our guns aren't there. But so you want to know all of them, or you want to know what I think is in my house? Or what was in my house on Monday?
Yeah, what was in your house? Let's start with what was in your house on Monday.
Okay, whatever was in my house on Monday is exactly what was there minus one shotgun that y'all got.
Okay.
No guns have been moved there hadn't been any guns moved in and out of there other than when Paul was home. When Paul came home, he would ride around and shoot hogs a lot.
Shoot hogs
I mean, primarily he would shoot them with Buster's gun. Because Paul had a 300 blackout.
Okay.
And it got, he says it got stolen. And it's been gone for some time.
What did he say Paul liked to do?
To this repeating what the tape says. The jury can hear the tape and just stopping and repeating exactly what Mr. Murdoch said on the tape.
This witness was actually present. While there is a recording, he's also fair to relate to the jury what he heard being present for that very conversation.
I don't rule the objection.
Thank you.
Hey, Bayou. Thanks for joining for you.
Anyway.
What did Mr. Murdoch tell you that Paul liked to do?
Ride around and shoot hogs.
And what did Mr. Murdoch tell you that the weapon was he used to do that?
He used his brother's 300 blackout.
So he would use his brother's blackout a lot of times.
So Buster also had a 300.
I gave them both one.
Okay. When was that?
Wow. Years ago.
Okay. More than a year ago.
More than a year ago. All right, so he would do anything. Paul had this, like a little light that I used that night. Paul would take that thing up to, my 308, and I mean, he was always rigging something. So. Sometimes shotguns, when he would go try to kill the hogs, because, the piglets would be grouped up, but normally he would have a rifle when he went to shoot the pigs. So, all right, so going back to the guns, y'all want me to tell y'all what was in there? Or don't y'all, have an inventory?
I videoed that the thing. I didn't write down everything that you had. I just took a random, just like a report of what was on the gun rack or on the gun wall in the gun room that day.
And there are some more guns that aren't in that gun room, I don't know how many, but, like I do know there's a shotgun in my bedroom.
And I think Miss Agent Katie, walked with John and installed that one.
Okay. And I imagine there's probably some in some other rooms. I know that, I think it was we have two gun cases, one small one and one big one. And I moved some guns from the little case to the big case just because her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
At this time, could I request a brief break?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break.
All right, y'all, that's the break. Tamara talking about shit up. All right, y'all, that's the break. So I assume when they come back, they still gonna be questioning this guy, but that's gonna be it for today, y'all. We did 4 hours. I mean, it didn't even seem like it, but yeah, we did 4 hours today, y'all. So, which is good because I'm trying to get through this, like I say, this part of the testimony so we can get into the good stuff. I've been working from 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. I have to go back and watch. Oh, okay, bye. Thank you, girl, for dropping in, girl. You've been working hard for the money. I know that's right. D True Reflex. I don't know what Trey doing. What is that, D True? Let me see. Hold on. Let me pull up D True photo, y'all.
What?
I didn't even see that pop up. Let me see. Let's see.
That's where they found Maggie's phone.
Oh, wait a minute, because it's delayed on my end. Y'all getting a new device. I got to. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, hit that Cash App.
Okay, so that's the house. That's the Moselle Road house.
Well, that's actually
And then
the murder site is where that
the murder site by the kennel.
Point is the murder site. Now that the road leads, there's a road that goes behind the kennel that leads out onto Moselle Road.
Mm-hmm.
And then that road leads to his mother's house.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, he got in his car. He started his car at like 9:03, and his car comes out of park at 9:06, and he starts driving to the mother's house, which takes 15 minutes. But they also note that he slows down right where Maggie's phone is or he's actually driving from the murder site to where Maggie's phone is at a slow rate of about 40 miles an hour. He slows down, then he throws the phone out, and they say for the rest of the drive, he's at 50 plus miles an hour.
Getting it to the mama's house.
Yes, getting it to the mother's house for his alibi. But for some reason, it took him longer to drive back to the house. Remember, he said he was making phone calls?
Mm-hmm.
His phone records show that he made 4 phone calls to different people.
Who are those people? Do you know?
The brother, a woman. I actually have the. I just sent you a bunch of court TV's videos. Police interview, find bullet box in trash, body cam footage, inside Moselle house body cam, Alex Murdoch's birthday video. I don't know why that's there. Paul Murdoch's cell phone video before killing. And the Paul's video before the killing shows that Alex wasn't wearing those clothes.
Yeah,
the white T-shirt. He's not wearing that in the video of him shaking that tree.
He had on like a blue, light blue, like plaid or something, button-down shirt with some khaki pants.
Yeah, the snapshot video shows different clothes. He has the blue shirt with the brown khaki pants. But when they showed up at the crime scene, he was wearing a white T-shirt and green khaki pants. So I sent you the link to that, but he called. Oh, I'm ahead of that. Let me see. He called. Here it is. Right. He called. John Alex. There's a text from Rogan there. He called his brother, but they're saying that the phone calls to Maggie were deleted.
His phone calls to Megan were deleted.
Yes, they're saying Alex Murdaugh's call to wife on night of murder were deleted from cell phone because Monday. Here's Alex 5 call, Barbara 3. This is all Monday night. Barbara, Mom, Courtney, and Moran. These are all the people that he had, but Maggie is not on here. Here's a call to Buster. Here's 5 calls to this is Alex, so I don't know who that is to, but there's 3 to Barbara, then Moran, then Barbara, then Mom, then Courtney, then Moran again.
Wow. You did? Okay, Tamara. In the short. Okay, yeah. Oh Lord, this is a lot. But anywho, we're gonna get back into it. I'm not sure. We'll be back tomorrow, y'all. Whether we'll be back with this, more of this, or that live I told y'all. Well, we're gonna get into some more cases. We're gonna do like a review, weekend review of some more cases that's going on that we're probably gonna touch on or talk about. I'm not for sure which one I'm gonna do yet, but I'll be back tomorrow morning. Hopefully, I'm gonna try to come back between 8 and 9. If it's not between 8 and 9, it'll definitely be between 9 and 10. I can't go no longer than 10 because by noon I have to, by at least 1 o'clock, be out of here. So that's huh?
No, I hadn't said nothing. I was about to say bye.
No.
So Trey still no live in the spirit. Baby Pit ain't gave you. No,
I've been on a dang phone making doctor's appointments and stuff.
So what was that temperature?
Slight, yeah, I got like 99.9 fever, so I'm finna give her some of this here fever reducer, and if not, in an hour I'm gonna have to panic.
Okay. Let me know. All right, y'all. We're gonna get out here. Thanks to everyone who supported the live, who enjoyed the live. Shout out to the True Sipper. Shout out to the moderators, my monetary contributors. Shout out to Flexi, The Truth, and Trey. Thank y'all so much for supporting as well. Thank you, Slay. Yeah, amazing girl. Amazing dropped in today. Ain't that a blessing?
Girl.
I think my boat has sprung a leak because I'm losing subscribers. I'm like, damn, I'm at 1,010
Are
now.
you losing subscribers?
I was at 1,018. Did some people die or something? I'm trying to figure it out.
You already know.
So how many you at now? But that you know what? I'm gonna tell you something.
1,010.
No, listen. Remember that thing you told me they do every year, Flex it YouTube, because I lost subs on this channel. I gained some and lost, and then I gained some and lost on the other channel.
Yeah, YouTube do a sweep.
I think it's that sweep
period.
Yeah, they call it a scrub, and anyone that hasn't been active for X amount of time, their channels get deleted.
I think that's what it was. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is.
They do it. Yeah, this around the time that they do it too. It's always around this time.
Yep.
I was gonna check my boat. Go get some Flex. What's that? Flex Seal. And get some Flex Seal.
Tony Lee about that stuff. He think that stuff is just the ultimate. Oh God!
Make a house by Flex Seal.
He live by that stuff.
Flex. Yeah.
Tamara. What you want me to say, Tamara, for E. Brooks?
Thank you for dropping that link, E. Brooks. Drop Trey's link for me as well. You know the links to drop on our way out of here, E. Brooks. Y'all listen.
I want to say shout out to Tony for that great job shopping.
We'll know when I go in this kitchen and
when
check
is
out
your next live?
It'll be later tonight. Why? What's up?
Oh, I'm just asking.
Yeah, it's gonna be later. I got to do some things, and
I'm I'm fixing my
but it'll be
computer.
later.
I'm fixing my computer. If I can't get it fixed by the night, I'm going to buy a new one tomorrow.
Lord Jesus, not another one.
Mm.
Okay, y'all, we're gonna get out of here. Thank y'all so much for supporting this live. I'm actually glad I got these 4 hours in so we can get this one over with and get into the next one. So with that being said, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Have a blessed, beautiful day. It's a beautiful day here. Don't know what the weather's like where you are, but enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Happy early Mother's Day to all our mothers.
Yeah,
Um
I can't wait to find out what happens.
oh God. You mean on the trial?
Yeah, the
As
trial.
far as the trial? Oh child, bye. Bye. But anyway, yeah, y'all start enjoying y'all weekend today. Shoot, let's celebrate all weekend, all weekend. Miss Ann said, Flexi, will you do a mukbang on that delicious baked potato again? What'd you say?
Yes, I may go up there
Flex,
tomorrow and get one.
Flexi, have you ever gone
Y'all
to
can't
the
hear
baked
me?
potato? Flexi, can
Yeah,
you hear
we can
me?
hear you.
Flexi, can you hear
Yeah,
me? Have you ever gone to the
yeah.
baked potato place in Oak Cliff?
Mm-mm.
It's like a little shack. It's a little tiny shack. It's like a window, and with like a 5x5 room, you order your baked potato, and the thing is like 3 pounds.
Damn.
What? That's too much
See now
potato.
She go
y'all
to
gonna make me
somebody
go
named
give
Miss
me a
Mary, don't she?
Huh?
I'm finna call Corkers and give me a barbecue chicken baked potato.
Yeah, you can get barbecue chicken on it. You can get pork on it. You can get you can get like just sliced up whatever you want on it. But the thing is it's like they cut two potatoes and put it as one. Thing is, it's a whole tray.
Wow.
It's like $12 for the potato, but man, there's a lot. It's a little place in Oak
Wow.
Cliff. I got to find out the name so I can send it to you.
Oh, I thought you said Oakland. You talking about Cooley's?
No, Oak Cliff. Is it Cooley's?
I
It
know
might
Oak
be
Cliff.
Cooley's.
Cooley's is in Oak Cliff.
The
It's a
best
little.
I think
food in
it's
Oak
Cooley's
Cliff
because
come from a gas station on the corner.
No, I wouldn't trust none from them.
Well, yeah,
But
that too.
it's
You got
a.
Oh
the
no,
hood
no,
style.
nigga. It's some store I had the best breakfast ever. I went to them like 4 mornings in a row for this shit.
If they have the
Oh yeah.
little Spanish shops in there, they make some good breakfast. But this particular place,
Yeah.
it's a shopping center off the beaten. It's a beat up shopping center, and they smack in the middle of it, and all they got is a little window you could order for. Or you go inside, and it's a 5x5 room. You can't get 3 people in there ordering at the same time. But
You
it's the
either
best.
talking about Cooley's or H&J's, because both of them are good and they loaded up.
I think it's
Now
Cooley's.
Cooley's put ribs. They have like the
Yes.
5 meat potato or something. They put ribs, your chopped beef, links, all that on there.
Mhm.
It's a big potato because I can't eat all of it. I have had Cooley's. I think that's what you're talking about. Mhm.
No.
I think I'm
What's
ahead
on there?
to the turkey leg place today since I'm
Peanut butter
over
jelly. Peanut butter
yonder.
jelly.
You
That
over
ain't
yonder.
Keyshawn while you singing that. That's my Leah. While you
She'll
trying to
sing it
get him to
too.
sing that
She
song.
know it. Tell her to sing
She's
it.
stuffing her face. No, she's stuffing her face right now with her afternoon snack, honey. She ain't finna sing nothing. You want to speak?
Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter
Come here.
jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat.
Keyshawn in the back. Not baseball. Come here. What you know what to speak in? You know how you speak when you come in. What speak to the people.
Hello.
No, what Japanese?
Konnichiwa.
Okay.
I don't know how to
Konnichiwa.
respond back to that. Do
No,
we say
just
konnichiwa back or is it
yeah, you
another
Just
response?
say
no.
You
Just say
just say
konnichiwa.
hachu.
Yeah. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
Don't eat your snack. I'm about to get off right now.
Flex, you ever
All
been
right,
to
y'all gotta go.
the
Oh, go ahead,
turkey?
D2.
You ever been to the turkey leg hut in Houston?
Yeah, I love turkey leg hut.
Yes, she
Baby,
do.
I used to just get in my car, drive down there, give me one, come back home. You know, that's 3 hour drive.
Yep, that's a drive right there.
Yeah, that's a drive. But she done done it. She done done it now.
Yeah.
She done done it.
The
I
line
love
be
turkey
wrapped around the
legs,
corner.
Sure do. Ooh, don't go on a Saturday night. You're gonna be standing in line for
Oh no. It's a hangout on
But
Saturday
I like
night.
the atmosphere. I like the
They
atmosphere
got
because
a
they
DJ. They got a DJ
Yep.
on Saturdays.
Mhm.
at the little
Sure
turkey
do.
hut. They got a DJ
It
outside.
be going down there, honey. Sure do. Yes, I love turkey leg hut. Don't get me thinking, D True, because I might just drink. I might have to take me a little road trip. Go get me a turkey leg.
Lord Jesus, have mercy. All it takes is for you to say it.
I'll be there tonight. Eating and looking at all the people.
Yep.
That's what I do. I sit in the back there, eat my turkey leg and watch. Because you know there's bound to be a fight.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
good.
Damn. Don't eat that too fast.
That's
Don't
the one
eat it fast.
that's the one that you have to you have the turkey hut has a dress code.
Yeah, they do. They stop girls from
Do
cussing
they
girls.
have a dress
Yes.
code?
Yes.
They have a dress code because some girl came in
And
there
you
butt
know
ass naked.
you know why they got one? Cause niggas can't act they can't act accordingly no damn well. Them motherfuckers
Well,
going there
no, this
dancing
girl-
on tables and stuff.
No, this girl came in there half naked, and then you got girls that come in there with bonnets on and shit.
And they was dancing and twerking on tables too, fucking that man restaurant up. They went viral when they opened.
Yeah, half naked, and the guys started acting up when they saw her.
And that's why they put the dress code in, cause like y'all is cutting up. And dude was saying, he was like, I'm like made sure I bought like expensive dishware. I wanted it to be nice for our people, and they coming in doing this. No, we got to stop.
E. Brooks said, "Don't get doxxed."
Wow.
I'm a chameleon. You won't even stop. I blend right into the wall. You won't even stay. They could come right and sit next to me. They wouldn't know who I was.
Okay, I know that's right.
I'm a chameleon.
Damn.
I don't even speak just in case people may hear my voice. I don't even
There
talk.
you
I just
go.
eat my turkey leg.
Yeah, you got a distinctive voice.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, y'all. We're gonna get off. I
4.5
love y'all. I
hours.
appreciate y'all. Yes, it was good though. It was good. I see y'all later on tonight. Y'all be good out here in these creeks, okay? Love y'all.
All
Y'all
right.
be safe, be blessed, never stress. All right, y'all.
All right.
We out.
Mm.